chat's got soul. From the gavel to the gas, we're watching it all. Covering the courtroom, big case or small. Laugh when we can, cry when we must, but it's all real talk, you can count on us. We're not the pros, just fans who care. With popcorn in hand and a comfy chair. And every twist, we're right there. Together like we're all in the witness chair. This is the Broken Baker, where the trials come alive, where the chat is wild and the vibes survive. We're watching the worst of what people do, but we keep it light, yeah, that's our truth. It's the only place for crime, and it feels just right. We bring the justice talk into your night. So hit that stream, don't miss the call. At the Broken Baker, we cover it all. Oh yeah. We're just flaming with the view, but we ask the things the world wants to. Digging through the facts, side by side. Even when it's dark, we bring the light. No clickbait, no fake feels, just truth and the highs and the reels. With the chat that roasts and rise, we're just here for the case and the vibes. This is the Broken Baker, where the stories unfold with a smile in the heart, even when it's cold. Yeah, we cover the bad with a wink and a grin. Where the real talk starts, come on, jump in. It's the only place to be, can't you see? For trials and truth, it's BBTV. The Broken Baker, where the trials come alive. Yeah, we'll be here, trial after trial. Yeah.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whenever you are, 25, 26, 27, 29. Sold to Sue Bird. Welcome back to Casos El Sorpresos. There's always a little something happening in cases. But a lead investigator testifying, well, I had video evidence and half my reports aren't here. What? The sister who allegedly told a police officer that she saw her sister the month after the sister disappeared. Can't remember anything now. A dead baby in a hamper, a mom helping her husband unalive or covering up unaliving people. I never got what was she a crime scene investigator, the second lady yesterday who couldn't really tell us much either, other than she clearly remembered. I'm just waiting for Santa Claus to stop by today. Or maybe the dad faked his own death and will come in and confess in court. They didn't mention anything. Hello, Helen from Holland, and Plant Fan, and Nicole. Hey, Stacy. Well, families that unalive together stays together. Oh yeah, and a family who I never got that timeline with the sister moving to Vegas, having 2 kids, moving back within 3 years, and Melissa having been there living with her, but the sister came back when she was 21 or 22, and she was 7 years older, so Melissa must have been 14, 15 years old at the time. Did I get that totally wrong? I know it was late in the day and it was my third stream, but still, that's how I understood it, that she moved to Las Vegas when Melissa was 11, came back when she was 14, had 2 kids, and Melissa had stayed there at the same time. Oh, is Jim coming in from, well, that case is over. He got his man in prison, so he can move on and testify in this case. It was just it was all the ridiculousness, I have to say. So I well, because she moved out. She gave her kids away to her mother and father-in-law, and she had another boyfriend. Why didn't the boyfriend report him missing? Her missing? If you want to point your finger at him for not reporting her missing, why didn't the family get interested in this until February when she went missing in November? Well, she didn't call it mom's birthday. No, but she didn't call it Christmas either. And apparently, the last time you talked to her, you were all making plans for Christmas. It's so easy to say, well, why didn't the husband go look for her? Well, apparently, they had a really bad relationship and she moved out. She went to be with Dixon, something Dixon. So she had moved out, according to the husband. That's as good as an explanation to say, well, why didn't Dixon contact the popo and say, well, I was banging this chick and she was supposed to come over here. She hasn't shown up for 4 months. Oh, yeah, she's gone missing. No, she doesn't show up till April. So that's December, January, February, March, April. December, January, February, March, April. It's almost half a year she's been missing and no one looks for her. Hey, Vinosol. Hey, Debbie. And RJ. Listen, Zach. I think that baby didn't make it. Yeah, I'm just, because it's so easy. There was someone yesterday said, well, he's clearly guilty. But yes, we know they had a contentious relationship. 100% believe that. I don't think anyone who grew up in her situation, their first relationship will be the perfect one, and it'll be just like watching Love on the Spectrum. And you see her tonight. But of all the people we have learned about so far, he's the one who has the least reason to go looking for her, because apparently she gave up the kids and moved out. That's an okay explanation. Maybe that's why the police didn't go after him to begin with. That's going to be an interesting one if the detective takes the stand. I don't think there's a significant piece. I think there is, as I see this puzzle right now, we have, I'm going to illustrate it because I am what's known as an illustratus. With what we heard yesterday, this is the puzzle I've seen so far. I'm missing more pieces than I have on the board. That's because, again, this is just too weird. Harry, you should be excited for Santa. I know you're looking at that sheriff today. Sheriff who unalived the judge. I'm not going to cover that. That's going to be at 1 p.m. But Harry is going to do it for all you wonderful German-speaking people, but also Americans who wants to learn German. But you need to look at this. This yesterday was a doozy. There was the guy she said molested her, and he bought the game. Did he say he will? No, he didn't molest her, but her dad had unalived his dad, right? The molestation was the sister's husband who molested her daughter. Well, I was on the Twitch thread and someone said, "Oh, it's going to be interesting. Do you think that?" And it was these things happened yesterday. It's going to be interesting. Watch to see if the dad will testify. The guy's dead. But in this case, I wouldn't be surprised that he walks into the courtroom the last day and says, "Whoopsie, I did it." Oh, I didn't catch that one. But no, I tried to be creative yesterday because sometimes I try. I don't succeed, but I'll try. And if you're new here today, why weren't you here yesterday? No, that's fine. There was a lot of other cases going on. Again, this case is about Melissa Wolfenbarger, who talks to her mom around Thanksgiving 1998. She has a sister, Tina Patton, who got convicted for having a baby and disposing that baby in a hamper in their house to hide the pregnancy. And Melissa was the one who found that baby. Melissa leaves home because she's not being treated well, according to the defense, and gets married to Christopher Wolfenbarger. He's the defendant. They have some DV going on. She has a restraining order against him. When she has that restraining order, she's either living with the mom, according to the newspapers, or she's living with her sister, according to the sister. And she moves back home to be with the kids that she had given up the parental rights to her in-laws, which the sister didn't know, even though she was told by the police back in 1999. She didn't know it. Then you have Norma Patton. She's the mom. She got an immunity deal from the state to witness against the dad, Carl Patton. He's a serial killer. He's known as the Flint River Killer. He killed at least 5 people, and as I understood it from the defense's opening, the mom helped clean up after 2 of these killings. It happened right in their house, but she took a plea deal and got immunity. Then you have Joey Wolfenbarger. We're not going to hear from him as far they haven't said that. And you have Christina Wolfenbarger, who's the daughter, who will testify that she can clearly remember the day 27 years ago when she woke up one morning and everything of her mom's were gone. But how does that align with these kids were given up to the grandparents? Did they still stay with the dad? The only thing I know so far, I believe, is Melissa is dead. The rest, I have a hard time figuring out how anything fits into anything, I'll have to say. And it seems really, really weird that they chose to run this case 27 years later. Oh. What the hell? There's people in trial, but there's no audio from trial. I think the camera guy fell over. And apparently the family didn't really, because when I read about it, this is a family who was out for justice, who did whatever they could to get the police to look into this case. Well, apparently they didn't start doing that till 2015, 17 years after she disappeared. Again, so many things that doesn't add up. Santa will show up as a DCCU Dyslexic Christian United motto says, "Not today, Santa." Exactly. Well, we don't know if Santa will show up. Either Santa or her dead dad will be here today. Yeah, the defense said that she was only 3 years old, and I think her brother was 4 or 5, or they were very young, but she can clearly remember that day. Yeah, well, the only thing we know is we know in the middle piece is a dead woman cut into pieces. That's all we know. The rest we have to put together. And again, I'm not saying that the state can't come up with ample um, circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is fine. I know a lot of people say, well, you can't convict on circumstantial evidence alone. Absolutely, you can. No problem in that. As long as it's strong and convincing beyond a reasonable doubt, you can convict on that. My problem is just that your star witness on day one, the sister, she didn't know basic facts in this case. And she was supposedly the woman who really fought for her and got some blocker into it. And because of a podcast, police started looking again. It seems really weird. Yes, that's to me, that is still a good suspect, especially if something bad happened at the house. Did they wait to charge this guy until after Dad died in prison? No, it's way later. I think that Dad died in prison in 2019, 2020, maybe. So it's way after. And the reason why we are having this case today is because last year or the year before, one new witness stepped forward and some kind of forensic evidence. But I was listening to the state's opening statements yesterday. Then I fell asleep, slept for the rest of the opening statements because that guy was, it was as boring as hearing Zach talk about his fishing trips. And then I didn't catch anything, and I went out there again, and I figured out maybe next time I'll bring my fishing rod. But it was a nice day. I sat there for 8 hours, just looked at the water, and and then the next time I brought my fishing rod, and then I forgot my boat and my tackle. It's kind of the same way he was talking, but there was no. If I had been the state, I would have had that in my opening statement saying, yes, this case has been cold for 27 years, but out of the blue, this neighbor who remember seeing Christopher cleaning the house, carrying black bags out of the house, steps forward. They have been living in Nebraska, which is right next to North Dakota, and came back and said, well, I've been living under a rock. I never knew Melissa was missing, but I clearly remember that night where I saw Christopher cleaning the house. Remember the smell of bleach, and he carried black bags out while he was yelling, no. This witness you will hear from. And at the scene, back in the day when they were going through Christopher's house, they found a specific type of saw only used at his work that has a very distinctive tooth mark. Do you call it teeth? The things on a saw. But it has a very distinct marking. And by the help of modern 3D graphic, we have been able to put together two pieces of bone, and you can clearly tell that that tooth mark is left in the bone by the saw. All of this will come forward, which means we will get justice even if it takes time. I would have had that in my opening statement instead of just saying, hey, show life. The state will need to come up with a lot more than what they had to show so far to make a case. Yes, how it went through, but there must be something because they have had pretrial hearings in this one. Yes, I was in. If you go into Lawn and Crim, Bum, 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 bum. Oh, they are actually. Oh, they are actually against. Well, they're saying, well, cold cases and oh my God. And they're complaining that people lost evidence. Law and Crim is waking up. Oh my God. For Chris to dispose of the body part next to his work would be so dumb of him. He may be that dumb, but it may point to a setup. Yes, and also that the dad had disposed of bodies on rail lines before having a body disintegrated. Who's to say he? As I said yesterday, maybe he went there, dropped it on a freight cart. I don't know how long this is from some station or a bend in the road or something, and it fell off. And that's why they never found the torso, because the torso is a heavier pack, and that's halfway to New York now, where it fell off at some point. That could also be an explanation. The mother was involved in the serial. Yes. Well, she didn't get off scot-free. I think she got a year parole or something like that. Saw blades are mass-produced. Nobody uses anything custom because anything you need is mass-produced and cheap. Yes, but I was saying if you had something like that, let's say if this place was known for having these types of saws instead of the normal saws, I could see how you could say, well, we forensically can finally, because of 3D rendering, can link this to something. But then I would have mentioned it in my opening statements. Well, ham sandwich and all of that, you know how it is. This prosecution team is ridiculous, handing evidence over 1 minute before the defense cross-examines a witness. Doing cross-examination. Remember the 60 to 70 photos they got while they were in the middle of asking a witness? Yeah. Torso has all the yummy bits. Yes, they will also go straight for that one. And then after convicted of the first 4, he randomly confessed to a 5th. During that trial, the victim's ex-wife thanked Patton for what he did. Oh, so he was unaliving bad husbands. I am Jørgen Clevin. My buddy actually fell on his bike once and went up to just a random house, and that was Jørgen Clevin's sommerhus. The more you know. The law and crime chat saw the YSL. They all know the shenanigans this prosecution team is capable of, and the state didn't disappoint them yesterday. That chat knows. Yeah, but normally they will sit so many people in there and yell that everyone who is charged with anything is guilty because. And I didn't watch YSL because I didn't want to spend a year on going back and forth about nothing. I know Nick did, and that was a hell of a long case. I think I did 7 cases before they just went on break in that case because it just kept going in and out. But how many from the prosecution team was involved in that as well? Because again, I don't know anyone in Fulton County. I think wasn't the white lady who pew-pewed a black guy in that road rage incident, that was Fulton County as well, right? Or was that some part else? Oh, are we getting raided by Shizai? Welcome, Shizzy Raiders. We are waiting for court. They were supposed to have started 15 minutes ago. But yesterday, times were a little loose because evidence showed up. Oh, we're going to have that witness today that was supposed to be here sometimes after 10. That, if I understood the female prosecutor right, she hadn't talked to her before Wednesday. That makes absolutely no sense. That she talks to a witness the same day they are picking a jury. That must have been a mistake. Hilton is in this case, she was part of YSL. Oh, I thought that was the judge's name. Tina was the daddy's girl, why she wasn't worried about where her sister was. I don't, again, we all feel for a family who loses victims, but it's just, it seems like there's some family dynamics we don't really figure out. Fannie Willis, district attorney. Is she in this one? She's not, right? And that white lady from Walmart recently falsely accused man of kidnapping her child. I haven't watched that trial, so I don't know what that is. Yeah, but you don't go to trial because you didn't start the trial yesterday. You started the trial last year when you arrested him, so you must have had some knowledge of it. Hey, Opal. What up, my dude? How you doing, Floxy? And Floxy, septum rings is just a red card. Don't do it. Judge is Rachel Krause. I don't know all of these. Thank you. I'm so bad at names. One of the prosecutors, YSL, the skinny white guys, is who introduced Dr. Rosalind Allen Jackson. Interesting. Simone Hilton was second chair in the YSL. They tend not to prepare witness prior to testimony. Judge Krause recused herself from the YSL. But was she the no? That was a male judge who yelled at everyone and was so heavily biased for the state, right? I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't know anything, but I didn't start looking for my sister till Dad came to my Waffle House and asked if I had seen my sister. She would always call Mom. You worked third shift, so your dad shows up at night, walks in randomly to the Waffle House and says, "Hey, have you heard from your sister?" I know it was 1998. I owned a mobile phone back then. But wouldn't you call someone and say, "Have you seen your sister? Because we're wondering. She hasn't called us since, and it's just been Mom's birthday, and I haven't heard from her. Have you seen her?" Why would you drive to the Waffle House and just walk in and say, "You seen your sister?" Again, I don't know the family dynamic. I just feel if it happened in my family, we would have done it some way different. But again, my dad never serial unalive people in America. He kept it in Denmark. Why does Zach need so much attention? Because he, you know why. Yes. And again, they didn't start looking at this case again until that potential parole period came up. My crazy conspiracy theory: whole family unalived her, afraid she was talking about the unalivings and their individual roles, so they feared arrest and decided to get rid of the snitch sister. Except that doesn't hold up, because this is in 1998, where she wouldn't have been old enough to know about the murders he did, because they were back in the 70s. Other than that, yes, potentially. But yeah. Someone with the Twitter handle Jamie Baker just sent me a message. I was like, "What? Jamie never took my last name." But it was just a scam to try and get some money, as always. Melissa's case only began to gain some traction in 2017 when the crime scene investigator Cheryl McCollum. Yeah, but the sister didn't start. She did start going out and talking on podcast in 2015, which would have coincided with being 12 years after the dad got his life in prison, and apparently there was some kind of loophole Georgia law where even though you got life, you could try and get parole after 13 years. So if they started after 12 years trying to point the finger at Christopher, have kept their mouth shut since Dad got to prison, it's just a little too coinkydinky that it seems more like someone is trying. And again, I don't know. I'm guessing as much as the rest of you, but it just something smells, and it's not me because I took a shower. Yeah, or he wouldn't you if you're going out. Hopefully, none of you will ever experience that. But if you're missing your daughter, would you drive to your other daughter's work, or would you say, "I'm just going to swing by 2 hours earlier, so she's not on the night because she's on the night shift, the third shift." And apparently, I've never been to Waffle House because Valhalla won't allow me in there. But third shift is when you can bet on human fighting. And wouldn't you just drive over there 2 hours earlier and go to her address and say, "Hey, honey, Mom and I was wondering because we know you and Melissa talks a little bit more. And have you heard from her?" No, she left the Waffle House I worked at almost a year ago. So it didn't seem like they had much contact other than at the Waffle House, and they didn't work at the same Waffle House for more than, was it 6 months, so she could get her vacation pay. And that was like March or April 98. And the dad comes in and asked in February 99. But that story about, well, she was at work one day and crying. So that's a year before she disappears. That guy who allegedly punched Christopher in the face in Walmart, that must have been a year before. There was a lot of timelines I couldn't match up. We haven't heard anything. He might be called as a witness. We don't know. I think his name was Dixon, but I'm not sure. You'll have to go. Iris will tell you the address. Fighting expected after 3 a.m. Yeah, that's. I've been told if you go there after midnight, you can get a dinner and a show and meth. But if the dad was more interested in offing people and mom was more interested in other things, why would they care? He offed people in the 70s. This is in the 90s. He apparently didn't off anyone after the 70s. It was kind of like disco music ended. He stopped unaliving people. Everyone sounds a little gray. Just one Waffle House, but the closest one is 6 hours away. Again, I've never been there. Locals call it awful waffles. Again, I had a breakfast waffle at a really great. It was part they had just been bought by some chain, but that was great. And I had biscuits and gravy. That was good too. But I had a breakfast waffle, stuffed waffle or something. I can't remember what they called it. That was good. And I told my gym buddy about it yesterday, and she was like, "Sausage and an egg on waffle." I said, "Yeah, it was actually good." But that's a dessert. Yeah, but Yanks are weird. He is on the prosecution list. Cool. Cool. You don't just stop unaliving people. I have kept my path clean the last 2-3 weeks, so I'm over it. I'm not doing it anymore. I mean, um, no admission of guilt. This one. No, that's not the one. Where was it? Yeah, KLF. Yeah, it seems like he was more of a someone. He was a serial for hire guy.
Please be seated. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Is
It's
there
because
any
I have to entertain.
pretrial
I
matters
can't just
that
retire.
housekeeping while we're getting Mr. Wolfenbarger that we might need to take up?
Yes, ma'am, I have a few.
Okay.
Wants to go first, I'll be happy to let them.
Okay. Well, if it's substantive, then we're just going to wait on Mr. Wolfenbarger. If it's just scheduling or housekeeping, we can do that.
I guess it is substantive.
Okay.
It's borderline, but I'll wait for Chris.
Well, yeah, better to err on letting Mr. Wolfenbarger hear it.
Jinxie, hun helt tos, altså hun har åbenbart skjult graviditet og født den i huset og
Ma'am,
smidt den
forgive me for not knowing your name,
i
but I was
tøjkurven.
advised that you had requested the Zoom link.
Og
Is
så
that
har hun også
right?
lige et par domper lidt med.
I think if you have an email address on a business card, if you can provide it to Ms. Johnson, I've authorized her to give it to you.
Sorry, Miss
The one
Johnson.
request I'll have is just, so this big board that faces the jury, it's set to not show anybody that's not participating by video. So that means as long as you keep your video off, you won't appear on that screen, and that's what I care about.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You got a haircut, Mr. Wolfenbarger?
Yeah.
Okay,
We thank you, Your Honor, for your involvement.
Did he have brain surgery?
okay. Madam Court Reporter, you ready? Okay. This is going to be day 4 of the trial of Christopher Wolfenbarger.
Looks like he had some
Case
cranial
number
surgery.
24 SC 004201. I'll note for the record that Mr. Wolfenbarger is present here in the courtroom along with his counsel, and that the state's counsel is also present. Are there any, I believe we have all of our jurors and we're ready to begin. Do we have any preliminary matters we need
Yes.
to take up before we have
Yes.
the jury in? Mr. McDermott?
Yes, ma'am, I have a few.
Okay.
First, I know we've invoked the rule of sequestration.
Yes, sir.
But since Court TV's here and this is live streamed on the internet, would there be any way to instruct or enforce the possibility that witnesses are watching the testimony anyway and then
Well,
coming in here?
my understanding is that would be a violation of the rule of sequestration, that they're not to gather information about the trial by observing it or by talking to witnesses. And that it's the party's obligation to make sure their witnesses know what their obligation is as to the rule of sequestration.
Secondly, we have evidence that there is a deal and production discussion of a Netflix documentary of the Patton family from the beginning all the way up to the sweep of the Wolfenbarger trial, and that potentially the video that's being streamed here will be used in that documentary. And I know that there's at least one potential witness who has signed a contract for money to be in that documentary.
Sounds like fodder for cross-examination.
It is, but yeah. Am I going to be limited to asking Norma Patton, for example, for whom I don't have evidence of that yet, on cross with an open question? Or can we get some assurance ahead of time? Because that would be Brady material if she has signed a contract or otherwise agreed to be in a documentary.
So apparently the family have made a deal to have a Netflix special. Nothing wrong in that, but if you already signed a contract for money, you will. This is the Murdoch all over again. Are you influencing this trial to get money out of it? Why does Netflix do that? Also, because you're potentially influencing witnesses to try and sensationalize stuff so this can pay them money.
For what she stands to gain financially.
Well, certainly it goes to her credibility and would be, as I said, fodder for cross-examination. I'm not sure that it strays into Brady material, but
It goes to her credibility as Giglio material.
Mr. Fawcett, Ms. Hilton, do you have any knowledge on that issue?
We don't have any knowledge, but we'll inquire, and if we find that out, we will let defense counsel know, but we do not know at
Okay.
this juncture. And if he knows the tentative person, he can tell us, and we can just continue to
I
inquire.
already told him. I had this discussion with Mr. Foster
Okay.
a few days ago.
Okay.
Supposed to find out, so. I just talked with Mr. Fawcett. They're going to play a piece of a police interview. We've already talked
don't
about
know.
it. We edited it down.
Yes, sir.
And since we cut off the beginning of that video, We cut off where the detective says what the date and time of it was.
Yes.
So we've stipulated for the record that would be, that interview occurred on May 5th, 2021.
Okay. And I don't know what you're anticipating, but I assume that when that is going to be played or demonstrated for the jury, that one or the other of you would simply announce that the parties have agreed that it occurred on X date at X time.
Thank you.
Is that right, Mr. McDermott? That's what you
That's
were
my
anticipating?
understanding. I just wanted to be on the record that there was a stipulation.
Sure, Mr. Fawcett? Or Ms. Hilton? Are we in
Yes,
agreement that there's a
Yes, there is a
stipulation?
stipulation. Yes,
And
Your Honor.
what is the date and time?
Of the interview,
Yes,
May 5th, 2021.
2021.
thank you. Anything else?
Your Honor, I was going to ask Mr. Fawcett need to be let into the Zoom room, and if Ms. Johnson could let him into the Zoom room.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, can you let Mr. Fawcett into the Zoom? Mr. McDermott, did you have any other matters?
There was one related to that interview. I'm wanting to bring in a piece of evidence that is a website article. It's from a national news source, so I believe it would be self-authenticating, and I would inquire with the court, take judicial notice of that.
Mr. Fawcett?
I think the problem is the information in there is a reporter making it, but there's no indication as you never would have where the source is coming from the information you take to get in. So for that reason, I'd be opposed to it. Yeah, I'm opposed to just printing off random articles from websites and attempting to introduce them to evidence. I don't agree with that.
So why don't you email or provide me with a physical copy of the article that you're talking about?
Send it to Ms. German.
Yeah, I think at this point I've directly emailed y'all. So as long as you copy everybody, you can just send it directly to me. Because I think I sent y'all the verdict form. And let me take a look at it. Generally speaking, what you're proposing, right? The purpose of it being self-authenticating is if it is what it purports to be. And if it has that indicia of reliability, then really the issue would be, I would need to understand a little bit more about the substance that concerns Mr. Fawcett. But that's, I think, a second layer of the analysis that would need to be done as to your effort to introduce it.
Yes.
And so I think I need to see it to be able to tell you, yes, generally speaking, if it's a national news publication that's a reputable source, am I going to accept it that it is what it purports to be? Sure. But if there's some substance that we need to discuss, then I need to see it. So that's going to be my ruling for now, Mr. McDermott.
So tentatively.
Yes.
Okay.
Why? I don't understand why Karen Reed talked to the two news stations. I don't talk as long as your trial's going, and
Not
make the
currently, Your
book
Honor.
deal
Okay,
after.
Mr. Fawcett or Ms. Hilton, anything from the state?
Nothing from the state.
Okay, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. McDermott, are we ready for the jury?
I'm ready. Thank you.
Okay. Can we have the jury, please?
But it just, especially if it's the mom and the sister that didn't start looking to 2015 when the sister apparently found out and got addicted to true crime meth. We don't know when she got addicted to that one. But if you're really out there looking for justice, it's the first thing you do, call Netflix and say, hey, and is that podcaster a go-between? I don't know that podcaster. Apparently, it's a big podcaster. If she can move the police to do it again, I can't. I can barely get 200 people to watch my show, so I don't move anything. But does this? Is this podcaster also using this case to write it with inside information? That
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
I do it with 8.
Thank you. I
Oh,
see
I
that
don't
you've
have
all
inside
gotten here
information,
and
but I
found
have
your way
information,
to
so-
where you needed to be. So I appreciate that very much. And we're going to go ahead and get started. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Ronald Brock to the stand.
Okay.
Donald Brock. It was not me farting. I don't do street pharmaceuticals, so I don't know. All I know about drugs I learned from you, Aaron. And Jamie. Hey, Deb. How are you doing? Oh, 11 people over on Rumble. Hello, Rumblers.
Come on up, sir. And when you get to the witness stand, sir, before you have a seat, if you'll turn and face the deputy and raise your right hand, he'll swear you in.
Has anyone had sugar cookie Pop-Tarts? The expert. I bet you he had them.
And just be careful about that ledge with that chair on wheels, sir. And then scoot yourself up to the microphone. And if you will state and spell your name for the record, please.
Ronald Brock, RONALD
Send
BROCK.
close to
And
Donald
good
Duck.
morning, Mr. Brock. How are you?
I'm fine.
And do you live in Georgia?
Ma'am?
Do you live in Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you married?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your wife's name?
Cynthia,
And how long have you been married?
46 years.
And are you currently working?
No, ma'am.
When did you?
Oh, let's just do the poll. What twist will we have today? New evidence shows up 44%. Slander will show up 38%. Nope, yesterday was just wild 8%. Dad did it and confessed 8%.
Are you retired?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you retire?
Crime scene investigator.
When I hit 65.
You retired at 65?
I did.
Oh, okay. When you retired in 1965.
Oh, no. I retired at 65. Like
Oh, you
years
retired
old.
at the age of 65. Okay. What year was that when you retired?
3 years ago, what would it be? 2022?
Okay. And what did you retire from?
Action Glass.
And what is Action Glass?
We do commercial, high-rise building replacements, mirrors, storefronts.
And you said we do. Tell me about that. Is that your family's business?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long has that company been in your family?
My dad started it in 1978.
And did you at any point in time serve as the owner of the company?
I become the owner. Well, it was me and my younger brother took it over in 97.
And did your wife Cynthia ever work with you at Action Glass?
She was secretary. Yes, ma'am.
And what were some of your job duties and responsibilities as the owner of Action Glass?
Well, I did the estimating. If they needed an extra hand on the job, I did it. I'd go out and look at the jobs, run a lot of glass through the grinder.
And your wife as secretary, what were some of her job duties and responsibilities?
She answered the phone, did all payroll.
While you were the owner at Action Glass, about how many employees did you have?
On average, 9 to 10.
And tell the jury, where's Action Glass located?
It's 890 Avon Avenue. It's right off of Sylvan Road.
And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit number 2.
Well, probably why she got a little surprise in 1965. Yeah. Maybe listen to your own witnesses, Brennan. This is the company, yes. Hey, can't remember.
And while that's coming up, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 62 and 63. Tell me if you recognize State's Exhibit 62 and 63.
That's it.
Okay, and you said that's it. How do you recognize State's Exhibit 62 and 63?
Oh, that's my building, and that's the Action Glass on it.
Is that I'm sorry.
And I still own the building.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the company that your family owned, Action Glass?
It's just been repainted. That's the only difference.
It's been repainted in this picture?
This is, yes, ma'am. This has been painted last year, I believe, is when she done it.
Okay, so is this a current color?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your Honor, this I'm seeing like the State's Exhibit 62 and 63 as evidence.
Mr. McDermott,
No objection.
62 and 63 are admitted.
Now look at State's Exhibit number 2, which is on the screen. And if you can look at this, I'm sorry.
And-
Permission for him to step in?
Yes, absolutely. I was going to say if the witness needs to step down to,
Be careful,
He
Mr. Parker,
can.
step down very briefly. Just points to the jurors, where is Action Glass?
Yes,
And is that indicated by the words Action Glass on this map?
ma'am.
And now function 62. And while I'm waiting for that, I'll what are some of the that the employees would do.
Because it's Georgia. Georgia, I believe, is what you would call deep south. It's about 75% as redneck as Sue speaks.
At Action Glass.
Well, we fabricate metal. When I say grind glass, we polish the edges on it on mirrors and glass like tabletops, and we fabricate storefront metal at the shop.
Now, in order to do some of the work that you just described, what type of tools did you use at the company?
We have table saws, skill saws, sawzalls, drills, hammer drills, Dremel tools.
And you said a sawzall. What's a sawzall?
It's another name's a reciprocating saw.
What's a reciprocating
And
saw? You don't know that either.
Action Glass, describe to the jury, what was the company culture? Would you allow employees to borrow some equipment and tools at times?
Yes, ma'am.
And when employees wanted to borrow tools, would they have to give you a reason why they wanted to borrow a tool?
No, ma'am.
On average, if an employee wanted to borrow a tool, how long would you allow them to borrow the tool?
If it was during the week, I'd want it back the next day, just, 'cause we make our living with our tools. And then if it's a Friday, they could just bring it back on a Monday.
And we just talked about a reciprocating saw. Y'all have permission to approach again?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 66. Do you recognize Stacy Exhibit 66?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize Stacy Exhibit 66?
It's a sawzall.
Okay, and is that what you were calling a reciprocating saw?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the type of reciprocating saw that you had at your company?
Show us the
I
saw
had
instead of
Milwaukee's
showing us
and I
him.
Probably had some DeWalt's too.
Okay. So the wall is a type or
That's
brand?
just a type. Yes, ma'am.
But does this look similar to these?
Yes, ma'am.
Regardless of what the brand is?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Hold it around.
If you don't know what type of saw it is, I think it's one of these in Denmark. Some people call this version a rabbit dick, or the one that's upside down. They call those rabbit dicks because I don't know what blades attachment they had, but these are not very good for the job. I would get something a little more heavy duty.
And does this fairly represent the type of saw that would be at Action Glass?
Yes, ma'am.
You're right. This time the state would like to tender 66 for demonstrative purposes.
Mr. McDermott,
No objection.
Exhibit 66 is admitted.
Thank you. Permission to publish.
Permission granted.
Yeah, but you need the heavy duty ones to go through bone.
And is this the same type of saw that you had back in 1996 and
there it is.
97 and
I was too
98?
fast.
That's an example of a reciprocating saw.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, during your time as owner at Action Glass, did you ever have an employee by the name of Christopher Wolfenbarger?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when did he work for the company?
October of 97 to February of 98. I believe it was.
What?
Wolfenbarger.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when did he work for the company?
October of 97 to February of 98. I believe it was.
Didn't she disappear in the fall of 98 and was reported missing in 99? Am I getting this wrong? Didn't she go missing? The last time they talked to her was Thanksgiving 98. So he stole a saw at work, Cat Williams, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. You're way too kind. Cat, what's happening in this case and why is it so weird? So he didn't work for the company at the time he unalived his wife, but he stole a saw from the company that he used to dismember her. Because he's a smart cat, so he stole it a year before he needed it. I'm still not sure that Santa Claus showing up will be the biggest surprise today. Thank you, Cat.
Are you sure?
Is it 97, 98, 99? One of the two. It's right in there.
Did you provide,
to my knowledge.
no problem. Did you provide to
Well,
me
thank
this
you, RJ,
morning
for
a
gifting a
copy of his
membership to
separation
Nursery
notice?
Yes, ma'am.
Talking
All right.
Talking
And we're looking at a copy of that, help refresh your memory as to when he worked at the facility.
I didn't even look at it, so I should have.
Your permission to approach.
So he did
You don't have
just
to ask every time
misspeak.
for the
Sorry.
same witness.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked in 67 to 67. Don't read it to me. I mean, read it to yourself.
Okay.
Don't say it out loud.
This
And
is
help
like
refresh your
Ken.
memory as to when he worked there.
Yes, ma'am.
When did he work at Action Glass?
October 98, February 99.
Okay, then it makes sense. I don't have to lose my mind totally.
And do you recall what were some of his job duties and responsibilities while working at Action Glass?
Well, we grind glass, sweep up the shop. That was part of it. We clean our own trucks, fabricate metal, make deliveries, and go pick up stuff that needed, like from C.R. Lawrence or the paint place that we get our paint from.
And would he, as well as other employees, have to use some of these tools in order to do some of the jobs you just described?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, while working at Action Glass, do you recall Mr. Wolfenbarger asking to borrow any tools?
To the best of my knowledge, he did.
Okay.
And it's not
What
like
type
you
of
used
tool
that
do
in
you
a
remember
court
him
case.
asking to borrow?
I'm not sure on the.
That wasn't me. That's not me.
In 2021,
Yes, ma'am.
or excuse me, in 2024.
What?
I'm not sure of the date.
Okay. Do you remember him coming to your home?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall him speaking to you and your wife?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall him asking about whether or not he ever, I think at the time, he thought stole the saw? Do you remember him asking you about that?
He asked about if something was stolen, and that I told him I didn't know. I couldn't recall.
In that meeting with Mr. Shepard, were you and your wife together in that meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember your wife giving a response about the saw?
I don't remember what her response
That would
was.
be hearsay.
Do you remember her giving a response about the saw?
Still be
Yes,
hearsay.
ma'am.
Okay. And do you remember agreeing with her response about that saw?
I don't remember that.
Do you recall myself and Mr. Vincent and Mr. Wilson coming to your home
Yes, ma'am.
last week? And did we play that for you, play that statement for you?
You did.
Okay. You're right, this time to say like the tender State's Exhibit 31, which is the audio of that from 6:30 to 7:02.
Mr. McDermott?
I've not had a chance to hear this segment, Your Honor, that's being tendered.
I
Why?
believe the defense counsel has the entirety of the statement. So at some point, I don't know if he listened to it, but I believe he has the statement.
It's about a 30-second clip, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Why do you have to ask? They have him on the
It's
stand.
produced, so I'm going to allow the state to go ahead, subject to your objection. You said that was Exhibit 31?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And we're just gonna publish 6 minutes and 30 seconds to 7:02.
Yeah, as again, we call them rapid dicks. That's it. Like a rabbit. Yeah, I get that part, but still, why have to play an interview part? He's on the stand and he can't remember that anything happened about the saw. Are they gonna hang him on? His wife said, "Don't you remember in '98 you said that he stole a saw?" Yes, honey. And they didn't interview him until 21 or 24. He couldn't remember. I'm not trusting this fella. I don't think it's the Netflix stuff. I think they taped an interview with the prosecution team.
It's okay. And did you suspect any kind of?
I'm very hard to do.
It's okay. And did you ever suspect Chris of stealing a saw?
He asked to borrow it, from what I remember,
But we never got it back.
but we never got it back.
Gotcha. And that was like what type of saw was that?
It's like we either had Milwaukee sawzalls or DeWalt or something like that.
It's a long handle thing and then a blade.
Gotcha.
We
Okay.
had Lex one day we had some battery, so.
So after he was terminated, he never brought the saw back.
Thank you. Is that your voice?
Well, every time I hear my voice, but that's it, I guess.
Okay, I understand. I get it. But listening to that, do you hear when your wife tells the officer he borrowed the saw and then you describe the type of saw that it was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did he ever return that saw?
I don't recall if he did
We
or
don't
not.
know. Did he say he got interviewed in 2024? That would have been 16 years after, 26 years after that saw gone missing. And they remember clear as day, he said, "Hey, you know, I worked here for 4 months. Can I borrow a seesaw or whatever they call them?" And he never ever brought it back. It's the only saw that has gone missing in 26 years. We still lay awake about it every single night. Get this man for murder. What? Yeah, he was fired for stealing the saw, but still, you wouldn't remember that. I'm not saying that they have a certain clientele working for them, but I don't think that it's all college-educated engineers working there. And that's probably a pretty big turnaround, especially when the drug area is right across the street.
Now, did Mr. Wolfenbarger ever leave employment at your company? Did he
His
ever
wife will
leave
remember it.
employment? Did he stop working at your company?
Yes, ma'am.
When did he stop working there?
I don't remember the date. I didn't look at it. It's February of
It's a saw that
99.
cost,
And
what, $100?
why did he stop
You
working
wouldn't
there?
remember that.
I
You
let him
lose
go that
those
day.
every
He
day.
wrecked my van and then wasn't where he's supposed to be making a delivery and couldn't give me an answer to what actually happened. And so I just let him go.
And is
he
it fair
broke
to
his
say
van, and
that
that's why
after
he got
letting
fired.
go, he never returned with that saw that he borrowed?
Not to my knowledge.
Court's indulgence for a moment.
Sure.
No, ma'am.
Do you recall him telling you why he needed the saw?
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. McDermott?
Mr. Brock, when you were working at Action Glass still before you retired at age 65, Who opened and closed the business?
Normally I did.
You did. And do you remember telling detectives you were the only one that had a key?
When my brother had it, my brother had a key and I had a key
So only you two had a key.
at the time. And well, my wife would have had one, but she's always with me when I'm there.
So once that shop was closed in the evenings, no employees could have had access to it.
Not once it's closed.
Marissa, it's very different when your brother does. I remember that time my brother threw a wooden shoe in the face, and my mom said, "You can't do that." Then he threw a roller skate in my face because he did what she said. He didn't throw a wooden shoe in my face again. It hurt more with the roller skate. I was probably 5 years old. I remember that clear as day, but I don't remember who stole what at a bakery I worked at. That's something different.
Can I see that termination letter?
I might.
Lift it up here.
Here you go.
You just told the jury, or at least based on your recollection, that Chris was terminated because of an accident he had in one of your cars or one of your vans. Is that correct?
Well, he said somebody hit him, but he couldn't give me a tag number or anything. So
Thank you for doing it, Phoenix.
Isn't it true that accident happened in December the year before?
that accident where my van was wrecked?
Yes.
No, sir.
Just a minute, Your Honor.
Well, we used to run around in wooden shoes back then. I was the sous chef in a lot of bakeries, so I have had meetings with bosses about that.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
It's Friday. Could you please stop yelling at me this early? Go yell at Jamie. She's touching the pigeon that gives you chlamydia.
Okay.
When defense counsel's finished, just so I can know what he's using to refresh his memory or what he's looking at.
Mr. McDermott,
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
that's okay.
I'll show you to refresh your memory.
Come on. Keep the audio on. They're talking to
I
him.
understand.
Does that document help refresh your memory that accident actually occurred in December?
It tells me that it was wrecked in December, but it could, to me, the day I let him go, it was wrecked again, but it wasn't where I turned it into a police report.
I see.
What?
And I'm going to show you the same document they just showed you as far as the separation notice. And do you see this?
Mm-hmm.
And you see that?
I do.
Okay. Does that refresh your memory as to the reason you gave for terminating Mr. Wolfenbarger?
I always put lack of work just because when they go to draw unemployment, it's just hassle-free, and I don't have to put up with a bunch of baloney.
So you did put lack of work on that document then?
I did.
Okay.
What?
Clip in which Detective Shepard asked you and your wife whether Christopher had stolen a saw from you. And you testified here that you don't recall whether he stole it or not, whether it was brought back.
I don't remember.
And that's your testimony here today.
To the best of my ability, I do not recall it.
All right. Let's talk about the Sawzall for just a minute. You remember this photograph that they just showed you?
Yes, sir.
You need to get closer. I don't know how good your eyes are.
I can see it.
Is that a corded saw or a cordless saw?
That's cordless, but we would have had cord saws at the time, but they all look just alike.
They look similar, but in the 90s, that would have been a corded.
It would have been a corded saw.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is this the type of saw you would have used frequently on a job site?
We do.
Back in those days, would you have used them frequently?
Yes, sir.
Would it be the kind of saw that you could buy just about anywhere? Any hardware store?
Home Depot and Lowe's all carries them.
Would you even be able perhaps to get one at Walmart?
I haven't seen one at Walmart.
Okay. Would it be a tool that you would find in nearly any construction site that you would visit?
Some of them may have had it.
Just in general, you've been on a lot of construction sites in your life, haven't you?
Well, I have.
How many would you guess? Hundreds, thousands?
But when we're on the site,
No,
we're
I
doing
need you to
glass
answer.
work.
I need you to answer my question.
Yes, sir.
How many construction sites have you been on in your life? Just rough estimate.
Several hundred.
Several hundred. And are there other contractors there?
Yes, sir.
And many types of contractors use those types of saws, don't they?
I'm sure they do.
And that is the type of saw you can find on virtually any construction site, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We were just displaying a photograph of the front of your business. Is that, again, that's a fair and accurate representation of the front of Action Glass?
It is now.
It is now. And you said the only difference is it's been painted.
It's been painted.
Is the sign at the top there? Was that there always?
We had a sign, yes, sir.
Did it say the same things that this one does?
It had Action Glass and stuff. That's a newer type sign, but the other one had Action Glass on it.
Action Glass, and did it say 890 Avon Avenue?
I don't remember that. I think one guy put the wrong number on one of them one time.
Okay, but it did have the address on it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else for this witness, Ms. Dillon?
Nothing from the station.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You are
Thanks, ma'am.
excused. State
Yes.
may call its next witness.
This is
That's
how
like a Cynthia
I
Rock?
understood it. He had wrecked the car once, and then he said, because he wrecked it again, he fired him because he didn't want to say what happened. But it kind of sounded like, like the prosecution wanted to elicit, this is because he used it for the body, but really didn't. And again, a saw like that, he probably lost 100 on job sites, at work. Someone broke into a car. I have a hard time believing that they remember that one saw went missing and Chris did it. If he worked there for like 3 months, 3.5 months, he wrecked a car twice, you would remember him wrecking a car more than stealing I don't know what they cost in America. They are not that expensive. And we were told yesterday that straight across from the room is where all the crackheads, all the drug dealers are.
Yeah, there you go.
Who's this?
Just be careful about those wheels on that chair because there's a ledge there. So
I don't
get
blame
situated. If you'll scoot up to the microphone,
To,
and if you'll start by stating and
Do it.
spelling your name for me for my record.
Cynthia Brock, Cynthia Cynthia.
I think
Brock,
you are with most
B-R-O-C-K.
of us.
And how are you this morning?
I'm good.
Do you live in Georgia?
I do.
And are you married?
I am.
What's your husband's name?
Ronald Brock.
And are you currently working?
No, ma'am.
How long have you not been working?
So that's Papa's mom.
15 years.
Or
Are you
Papa's
retired?
wife.
Yes.
From what industry?
Excuse me.
From what industry?
Glass.
And did you work at Action Glass Company?
I did.
What did you do for Action Glass Company?
I was office manager, secretary, whatever.
You said whatever. It's like whatever they asked you to do, you did.
Whatever I did.
As your role as office manager and secretary, at least in that defined role, what were some of your job duties and responsibilities?
Basically accounts payables, receivables, and payroll.
And at Action Glass, was your husband the owner?
Yes.
Would you allow employees to borrow items?
all the time.
And would that be some of the tools that were utilized at the company?
Yes, ma'am.
During your time working as the office manager, do you recall an employee by the name of Christopher Wolfenbarger?
Yes.
And let me ask you, would you recognize him today if you saw him? Is that a no?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember when he worked for the company?
It's been a long time, probably over 20 years.
When he worked for the company, do you remember how long he worked for the company?
It was short time, maybe 4 or 5 months.
Now, while he was working at the company, do you recall him ever borrowing any equipment?
I was told that he was going to be borrowing a piece of equipment.
Dr. Hearsay.
Okay.
Staying.
Yeah.
Do you recall having an interview with a detective back in 2024?
I do.
Okay. And do you remember that detective coming to your home in 2024?
I do.
Okay. And was your husband present with you during that interview?
Oh, 2004.
And do you recall the detective speaking to you about whether or not Mr. Wolfenbarger stole a saw during that time?
I do.
Okay. And do you recall responding to him about that saw?
Kind of.
Okay. And did you meet with me last week?
I did.
And did you meet with members of my team last week?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to listen to and hear that statement?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to publish again State's Exhibit 31, Section 630 to 702.
Mr. McDermott,
No objection.
go ahead.
Yeah, it seems more like shaping the sides of the peg so it can fit into the round hole.
Keep the Zoom muted.
Especially when they asked you last week if you remember your.
So,
He asked to borrow it, from what I remember,
But we never got it back.
but we never got it back.
gotcha. And that was like what type of saw was that?
It's like we either had Milwaukee sawzalls or DeWalt or something like that.
It's a long handle thing and then a blade.
Gotcha.
We
Okay.
had less one day we had to come back, so.
So after he was terminated, he never brought the saw back.
When we
Pause
had
at
seen it
702.
again,
Now, in that brief portion that you heard, is that your voice?
Yes.
Okay. And in that brief portion, did you say someone told you, or did you just tell them that you remember him taking the saw or borrowing the saw?
I guess I said that he took the saw.
Or he borrowed
Yeah,
the saw?
he borrowed it.
Now, do you ever recall him telling you why he needed to borrow the saw?
No.
Do you recall in that same interview talking to Detective Shepard about why he told you he needed to borrow the saw?
I don't remember that.
It's the least surprising thing I have ever heard that someone who borrowed something at a workplace he got fired from kept it. Yeah. We used to have a big shipyard in my town. Every dad who worked at the shipyard had the exact same set of tools because everyone stole tools at the shipyard. That was just everyone. You walked into a dad's basement, he would have a row of wrenches and stuff like that. All would be in the same color because they all stole it at the shipyard. Maybe that's why it went bankrupt.
Will listening to it help refresh your memory?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know.
Do you remember listening to that portion last week when we met?
No.
if that is on that statement, would that be an accurate memory that you had if you told Detective Shepard why he borrowed the saw?
I guess. I mean, I don't remember much about that time.
Okay. Do you remember giving the statement to Detective Shepard?
I do remember giving a statement.
But you don't recollect what you told Detective Shepard?
No, ma'am.
When is the last time you may have saw Mr. Wolfenbarger?
Maybe the day that he was let go.
Quick indulgence for one moment.
Sure.
That's where I worked.
Sure.
This has previously been admitted evidence. And you recognize that?
That's where I worked.
From your job? And was it significantly the same in 1999?
Different color, but pretty much the same.
And I noticed that you have an iron fence up in front of the business.
Yes, sir.
No, Papa
And does that
could have
close
done
at
it.
night and lock?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you consider the area that your business is located in a safe area?
No,
Would it be the kind of place you would want to go walking at night by yourself?
and absolutely not.
Do you remember me calling your husband a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month ago, and talking on the phone?
He told me that someone had called.
And-
I wasn't present at that time.
At the very end of that phone call, he was in the room with you. And I asked him, do you remember me asking him, did Christopher bring that saw back?
I don't remember that.
And just one more.
I'm hard of hearing, so I may not have.
Well, do you remember answering him, oh yeah, he brought that saw back?
No, I don't.
Don't remember that.
I hope you have a
No further
recording of
questions,
that.
John?
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Hilton?
See,
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
You may sit down. You are excused. Ms. Hilton, state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, state calls Mr. Dorothy Cooley.
Is that the neighbor who smoked weed with him? Go on.
As you come up to the witness stand, swear. Okay, and ma'am, once you have a seat, just be careful about the rolly chair next to the ledge there. And then if you'll scoot up to the microphone and then state and spell your name for the record, okay?
My name is Dorothy Jean Cooley. Dorothy is Dorothy. Jean Jean. Cooley Cooley.
And good morning, Ms. Cooley. How are you?
Fine.
Have you ever gone by the name of Dorothy Jones?
No, I haven't.
Do you ever tell the police your name is Dorothy Jones?
I don't remember quietly. No.
Marissa, why didn't you tell me Fulton County was this? Did you ever go by that name? Nope. It's her first question and she gets a no answer. How can they run a trial like this?
I can't,
No, ma'am.
I can't hear her.
Yeah, just make sure and speak into the microphone, okay? Thank you.
Are you working?
Yes,
What type of work do you do?
I'm a cook.
And how long have you been a cook?
13 years.
And do you have children?
I have 3 kids.
Are you from Atlanta?
I'm originally from Alabama.
How long have you lived in Atlanta?
40 years.
Where in Atlanta did you grow up? Or,
On Brookline,
and what part of the city is Brookline?
the West End.
And do you recall what was your address on Brookline?
825 Brookline Street.
How long did you live at 825 Brookline?
At least about 25 years.
Who did you live on Brookline with?
My mom and my stepfather.
Can you describe for the jury the community on Brookline? Who lived there? What type of people?
Good people, a good neighborhood.
Was it a mixed ethnic community?
It was more African American than it was anybody.
And was it a friendly neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
While living on Brookline, did you ever meet someone named Chris?
Yes, I did.
How did you meet him?
We were just hanging out, playing and stuff, like little kids do. Kids.
Were you older or younger than Chris?
I was older.
Is she Wheathead?
If you can think about how much older are you than Chris?
I don't know, ma'am.
Is it 5 years, 10 years? Can you give me that?
10 or 15 years, something like that. He's around my brother and them age.
You keep looking somewhere. Do you recognize anyone?
Yes.
Okay. Who do you
Yes.
recognize?
Chris.
All right. Is this the same Chris that we've been talking about?
Yes.
And where is he in the courtroom? Who do you recognize as Chris?
Chris. Sir.
Who are you pointing at?
The sir with the suit, the blue suit, ma'am.
Okay. In the blue tie?
Yes.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that she identified Mr. Wolfenbarger.
The record will so reflect.
Apparently,
Now, you said he was around your brother's age.
Yes.
Okay.
this is who they talked about
I know I'm not
yesterday.
supposed to ask a woman her age, but approximately how old are you?
Middle 40s.
Okay. And then how old is your brother?
My brother's in his middle 40s. I'm 58.
You're 58. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm 27.
Now, you said that you kind of would hang out with him. Is that on Brookline?
Yes, we just hung out in the streets playing ball.
What? What's going on?
So you're not that he lived with anyone?
His wife.
Now, when you first met Chris, about how old was he?
I can't correct. I don't know what kind of age, but he was like, it was in the 90s when I first met Chris.
When you first met Chris, did he have a wife?
I don't know if he was married or not when I first met him.
Family, to your knowledge, on Brookline?
I don't know if it was his family, but he used to be over there at Rick's house next door to us, named Rick.
Now, was he living at Rick's house or would he visit Rick's
He
house?
just be at Rick's house.
When you said just be, that visit?
Yes.
And when you said that he had lived across the street, is that different from Rick's house or is that the same house?
That's different from Rick's house.
From your house at 825, was Rick's house next door to you?
Yes, ma'am. Next door.
And then you said at some point in time, he lived across the street from you.
Yes.
Do you remember the address across the street from you?
Like 826 or 827, 827 or 829 across the street.
It was across the
Yes.
street.
All even numbers on one side and all numbers on the opposite side.
Okay, so you were at 825, so he's across the street, so it'll be 826.
26 or 828, something like that.
Okay.
830. It was one of those.
And when he lived across the street, was that when he was living with his wife?
That's when I met his wife over there, yeah.
Apparently, she heard them
When he was
arguing.
living with his wife, would Chris still spend time hanging out with you?
We would just hang out in the street. Yes, ma'am, we would.
Would his wife hang out with you all?
No.
And when you said you would hang out, would that be at your house or somewhere else, or where would you hang
I
out?
In
remember
the
what
street
he,
or on our porch, or their porch.
And when you say their porch, are you talking about Rick's porch, or are you talking about across the street?
His porch, Rick's porch, and our porch. We just hang out like that.
Now, you said that you saw his wife. Did Chris ever introduce you to his wife?
No.
Did you ever know her name?
I didn't know her name. No, I didn't.
How did you know it was Chris's wife?
He told her that was his wife.
Can you describe what she looked like? Do you remember?
She was a pretty young lady. She was pretty.
Do you remember anything about her characteristics?
I didn't see her much.
If
So,
you, if you saw a picture of her, do you think you may recognize her?
yes.
I,
You recognize system number one.
Yes.
Okay. How do you recognize system number one?
I remember her face. She's pretty.
Okay. Is that the wife that you're referencing?
Yes.
think he was cougar hunting.
And do
I
you
see.
remember her from back when you saw her across the street?
Yes.
At any time, did you ever see her with any children?
One.
One time you saw her with children, you saw her with one child.
One child.
When you saw her with the child, was it a young baby, a newborn, an older child walking? How old did
It
the
was
child?
walking.
How often did you see her with that child?
To my recollection, I seen her about 3 times with her and the child.
Did Chris ever introduce you or show you the child?
No, he didn't introduce us.
I apologize, ma'am. If you'll just make sure and speak into that microphone.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Can you say your answer again?
No, he didn't introduce us.
Thank you.
Asked and answered.
Now, when he was living across the street with his wife, did you know of anyone else living at that home?
No, no, ma'am.
You can just move the microphone.
When they
down.
were living together, would you hear anything going on at their house?
Arguing.
Did you hear that
What-
from
can
any
you
other
describe what you
neighbor?
hear?
Bad language. Arguing, and you might hear something break or something like that.
Did you ever
I got an update from Iris. They are at FD Food Fairy's place. Jamie is apparently trying to catch chlamydia from another pigeon. So pray Jamie is safe.
see anything like physical happening?
No, ma'am.
How often would you hear these arguments or things breaking?
I heard it like 3 or 4 times.
3 or 4 times total, 3 or 4 times a week, a day? When you say 3 or 4 times,
I can't pinpoint it 3 or 4 times a week or something like that.
would you hear anything else besides arguments or glass breaking?
No.
Would you hear any screaming or yelling?
Just arguing and telling folks to stop doing whatever they was doing and stuff like that.
Was that a male voice or a female voice? That
It
you
was both voices. That's, both voices.
This is Highland.
Do you recall meeting with me a few days ago?
Yes.
Okay.
The
And
Highland-
with being with my investigators?
Hilton or
Yes.
Hilton?
Okay. Do you recall telling us that you heard her screaming?
Yes.
So did you hear her screaming?
Yes.
Why didn't you want to say that a few minutes ago?
I don't know.
Marissa, Jamie, Jemima screams at me every single day. So far, they haven't unalived me. Probably because we're in different continents. But what does that prove? That they had a bad marriage doesn't mean that she didn't move out with her boyfriend.
Did you ever see this one with any injuries?
I seen her like a bruise up under her eye because she had shades on. That was it.
It was that one time you saw her with the bruise?
Yes.
When you would hear any of the arguing or the yelling, did you ever call police?
No, ma'am.
When you saw that injury and she had those glasses on, did you ever speak to her about her injury?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever speak to Chris about any of the arguing that you heard?
No, ma'am.
And were you friends with Chris at that time?
Yes.
Now, did there ever come a time when you no longer saw the woman at the house?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to Chris about not seeing her at the house anymore?
No, we just asked Chris where his wife was, and he said that she was leaving him.
Is there any point in time where you stopped seeing Chris in the neighborhood?
Yes, later on, yes.
When you say later on, what do you mean?
I stopped seeing him like 6 or 7 months after.
Yes.
After what?
Oh, in the 90s. So he didn't stay over there long.
Okay.
What?
So let's talk about it. You said you first met him in the 90s.
Yes.
Is this early 90s when you first?
When I first met him was like 97, 98 or something like that.
When you first met Chris?
Yes.
Okay. So when do you think is the last time you met Chris?
About 99, something like that. When the last time I saw him, something like that.
99 was the last time you saw him?
Yes.
Now, but you said when
I moved away from after 99. I did.
Okay.
Oh, so he didn't disappear. You moved.
And we'll come back to that in a moment. Do you remember again when we met talking about meeting Chris in the late 80s?
90s.
Is that fair to say that's when you first
I
met
was
him?
just guessing the years, but yeah, I met him in the 90s. Like 89 through 95 or something like that when I first met him.
Okay.
When she said played with them, I don't think it, because yesterday we heard some witness would come testify. She heard them arguing and she used to hang out with him and smoke weed. Maybe that's what she meant by playing with them. But am I being way too anti-prosecution, or can't I follow along anything they are trying to elicit from this woman? They were arguing. She heard it two or three times in total, a year, a week. It seems like they're just putting words in her mouth. She has no knowledge of the wife, but she could clearly remember she saw her one time with a boo-boo on because she had sunshades on, but she only saw her 2 or 3 times in total. Is it just because I've started to hating every prosecutor, or is this, and I'm going into that automatic, there's no case here mode, or I see no evidence.
89, 95, when you first meet him.
Yes.
When you first start seeing the wife, when is that roughly?
Like 90, 97, 98, something like that.
Okay.
So,
And then you said you left the neighborhood in
I
90.
left the neighborhood and I moved to what is it? Sylvan Road.
Okay.
Sylvan Road.
Now you left in 99. When you said you stopped seeing Chris in the neighborhood, is that before you left in 99?
Yes.
Did Chris ever come and say goodbye to you?
No.
did your
He ever
other
tell you he was
neighbors?
leaving the neighborhood?
No.
Did your other neighbors?
Do you recall when, if anything happened the last time you saw Chris?
No, ma'am.
Do you recall some type of cookout with Chris?
We used to cook out on the street. And in the back. Yes, we used to cook out.
Is he saying street?
Do you remember telling me about a particular cookout?
We had a cookout and we went in the backyard.
Whose backyard?
Chris in the backyard.
And in the backyard, was there anything that you were having the cookout on?
Like somebody made a platform, cement.
And was that at Chris's house?
Yes.
And that's the house that he was sharing with his wife?
Yes.
And at this cookout, was the wife there?
I didn't see her.
And to your knowledge, had Chris built this platform in the back?
Yes.
Oh, so he buried the body under the cement? They're
Now, did
probably
there ever come
getting
a
to
time when
that
you had to
next
clean
week.
out Chris's home?
The rent man had us to clean the house out.
And is this the same house that he shared with the wife?
Yes.
What type of things were you cleaning out of the house?
Clothes, furniture, and clothes.
If you can recall, I know it's been probably some time, were these women's clothes, men's clothes?
Men's clothes.
Did you interview this witness before you put her on the stand? She testified, Chris told me she's leaving me. She never talked to her. She heard arguing. And the rent man told her to clean out the house, and there was men's clothes there. So I don't know this area. I think the social economic group is very, very low. How many people get evicted in those housing areas every month? How many just ups and leaves without ever telling the rent man, we're not going to pay rent? We're back. We're owing you 5 months of back rent, but we just move out. We're 7 witnesses in. I think they said 20 in total. And I have no idea what the evidence against him is, other than him and his wife were arguing. Let me tell you something, brother. I bet you if you asked any of my former neighbors when me and my wife lived together, we lived in they have heard things breaking and yelling. They never saw her with any boo-boos on her face. But someone liked to toss things, and I didn't do that. I've heard both sides of neighbors arguing. Sometimes on a Monday, sometimes on a Sunday. We never know when we get into an argument. It happens, especially if you live in an area where there might be a little of the Rocco going on. They don't seem to be the most stable people. So an argument proves exactly what. If she had said, yeah, we cleaned up the house and oh my God, there was blood everywhere. But it was men. I'm believing that she moved with Dixon.
And as far as time frame, is this cleaning of the house before you left off of Brookline in 99?
Yeah. But maybe
I
you
used
can
to work for
imply
the man cleaning houses. It was Mr. Holyfield used to own the houses. And like when people move out and stuff, he was to clean his house. So I don't.
Do you remember if it was did you clean this house when you started living on Sylvan Road, or were you still living on Brookline?
I was living on Sylvan Road then when I cleaned the house.
But I just don't understand.
And this cookout that you're referencing with Chris,
What did you have?
is this before or after you would see the woman that we've been talking about, the wife with the baby?
Was it before or after?
Yes.
It was after I had seen his wife.
Do you know anyone named Norma Patton?
No, ma'am.
Do you know anyone named Tina Patton?
No, ma'am.
What about Carl Patton?
No, ma'am.
Court's indulgence for one moment.
Sure.
Okay, time to be honest, guys. One in chat if you have ever had an argument
Mr. Samer?
with a partner that neighbors might have been able to hear if you lived in a very probably not the best type of house.
At what point is there a penalty?
I'm gonna put like an electric shock on it for lawyers, so.
Yeah, stun bill for me. Tell me your name again.
Dorothy Jean Cooley.
Cooley,
Cooley.
Cooley.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ever go by the name Dorothy Roundtree?
I was married to a Roundtree.
You were married to a Roundtree. And at some point, did you go by the name Colley, Colley?
And no,
And I think you already said you never used the last name Jones. Is that right?
no, I
Do you
haven't.
remember, do you remember being interviewed by the police back in 2003 one time?
No, sir, I don't remember. I don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember a Detective Calhoun who came out to 825, 827? That's where you lived, right?
Yes.
Do you remember a detective coming out and talking to you and asking you many of the same questions you were just asked here?
I don't recall them coming out to my house. It's been so long, sir.
Okay.
I don't remember a police questioning me.
Okay. Well, not on that occasion.
Yes.
You know, other times there were police
Yes.
questioning you, right?
Yes.
We'll talk about that. So the events that you're talking about were essentially, we'll go back 35 years ago, correct?
Something like that, 25, 30 years. Yeah.
Yeah. Because you said that you originally met Chris,
Mm-hmm.
my client, about 10 years before you met the wife, correct?
I met Chris was young when I first seen him coming over to the next door.
Okay. And, you know, like, how old was he then, do you think? Was he living there then?
No, he wasn't living there then.
Okay. How old do you think he was then?
I don't know, sir. He's about that same. He's around the age of my baby brother is. So my baby brother, when we first met Chris, they were still in school. He was in school.
Give me a rough estimate. Just
17, 18 or something like that. I don't know.
Okay, so that was what he was 10 years before when you saw him over on Brookline.
What do you mean, sir?
I can just ask questions and you've got to help me by answering.
I don't know how old he was, sir.
Okay. But if he's the same age as your brother.
I say he's around my brother's age.
Okay. Well, I mean, where was he living when you first met him?
I don't know where he was living when I first met him.
Okay.
When I first met him, I used to just see him over the next door to the man's house. I don't know if he was living up here or not, but that's why I met him on Brookline.
Okay. How often would you see him during this period? I just wrote down 1989 through 95.
How many times did I see him?
Yeah.
I can't count, sir.
Well, every day?
Every other day.
Every other day?
Yes.
Okay. Beginning in 1989, say.
89 or 90, something like that when I first met him.
Okay. And then you say at some point he actually moved in to one of the
He
houses.
moved in across the street from us.
Right. Because you
Why
said
is he
you're in the
saying
odd number
street?
houses and he moved into a house in an even number.
I was there in 825. So he was staying across. So he was even numbers on the other side.
Right. And that's a duplex also, correct?
All of them was duplexes, sir.
Right. So when you're in your house and you're hearing arguing across the street, it's from one of it's from the duplex, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in the duplex was a man named Troy Keys. You remember that?
The white man stayed across the street from us.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I remember Mr. Troy.
And he lived with Mary Williamson.
I don't know who he lived with.
Well, there was a woman named Mary who lived there for many years, right?
When I met Mr. Troy was there by himself.
Okay.
It was a lady staying with him. I didn't ever see her.
Okay. But they were living in the duplex across the street, which was connected to the house, as a duplex connected, had a common wall
Yes.
with the house that Chris was living in.
Objection, Your Honor, just he put in.
It's the same house that Mr.
Ma'am,
Troy.
I apologize for interrupting, but there's an objection I have to deal with before you answer, okay? Thank you.
Mischaracterization of the evidence, because he said they, and her response wasn't a they. It was, she doesn't know a they.
Okay.
So
If she understands the question, she can answer it. I'm going to overrule it. Go ahead, Mr. Samuel.
Okay. So there's a duplex across the street from you,
Yes, sir.
just like your house was a duplex.
Yes, sir.
There were people living on the other side of you also, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at night, sometimes you'd be in your house and you'd hear arguing from the house across the street, correct?
Be on the front porch.
You'd be on the front porch
Yes.
and hear arguing across the street.
Mhm.
And it's coming from inside of a duplex.
Yes.
Okay. And in the other duplex was Troy and sometimes this woman, Mary, correct?
Yes, sir.
And sometimes in the other half, the duplex was where Chris and Melissa lived, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't know Melissa very well, right?
I didn't know her at all. I just met her, just looking,
Okay.
passing by or whatever.
Okay. So you never had a long conversation with her
No.
about it?
No, sir.
You never met two kids. You just saw one kid.
I just seen one kid, sir.
Okay. For how many years did you see them there together?
I seen the lady and the kid 3 times, at least 3 or 4 times, sir.
Okay. How about the lady, you're talking about Melissa, right?
Yes, sir.
Without the kid. How often did you see her?
I didn't never see her without the kid.
Okay. So over the course of the entire time that you saw Melissa, there were 3 times, excuse me, can I start over? Over the course of the time that you were living there,
She had 2 kids, right? Within 11 months or something like that? Or was that the sister? No, within 2 years, she had 2 kids. And she only saw 1 kid. So if she didn't see her with the other kid, had she moved out before the second kid arrived? I am absolute. I need someone to draw me a picture and talk to me like I'm 5 years old. What? When they lived at this place, they're supposed to have 2 kids. I need to go watch a good creator who understands any of this because I'm lost. And the prosecution doesn't paint a picture. Sue, do you understand it because it's Southern and this is just how you talk down there? Or I am utterly confused about what this witness even knows other than they yelled at each other. Boo effing who. Happens a lot in relationships. And as someone said, then you make babies after.
You saw Melissa a grand total of 3 times.
3 to 4 times, sir.
Okay. Over how long a period of time is that?
That's not what they said yesterday.
Months, years?
It was like 3 times. If I seen her, when I see her, she was getting in the car to go to the grocery store, wherever they was going. I didn't never see her out mingling with nobody, sir.
Okay. And never had a conversation with her?
No, sir. High and by, that's it.
High and by. Okay.
Yes.
But you talked to Chris?
Chris used to hang out, yes. We used to talk.
Okay. And you knew Chris for however many years, 7, 8, 9, 10, before Melissa moved in to the duplex with him?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when they got married?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. Do you know a man named Don Perone?
I know a man named Don, but I don't know his last name, sir.
Where did he live?
Brookline.
Okay.
Yeah, because she had
By the way,
glasses on. That's
when
why.
you described the arguing, you said you would hear screaming back and forth. Is that right?
I would hear them telling people to stop doing whatever they was doing, sir.
Okay.
If they was arguing and fighting or whatever, I would hear them say, stop doing whatever he was doing to her, just stop doing it.
Okay. He would tell her to stop doing something.
She would tell him to stop doing something.
Okay. And did you hear him screaming at her also?
Arguing. They was arguing back and forth like.
Okay. And this went on for how many years?
I don't know how many years it went on, sir.
That you heard?
That I heard?
Yes.
It wasn't no years. I heard it like 3 or 4 times out of say 3 or 4 times out of a week or something like that.
3 or 4 times per week you would hear arguing?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay. During this period of time, you were convicted of some crimes, weren't you?
Yes, I was, sir.
Okay. In fact, you've been arrested about 11 times, right?
Yes, I have, sir.
You've been arrested for aggravated assault?
Yes, I have, sir.
Been convicted of aggravated assault?
Yes, I have been, sir.
Okay. You were arrested for theft?
I don't know about no theft, sir.
Theft by receiving?
Theft by receiving, yes, I was.
Mm-hmm. You were arrested for burglary?
Not as I recall.
Okay. You were convicted of prostitution?
No, I was not, sir.
You were arrested for prostitution?
I was arrested for prostitution.
And soliciting sodomy, right?
That's what they say, sir.
Those are all proper, but.
You were.
I'm gonna.
If you're objecting, please. Can soliciting sodomy. So you're saying no. It's number 2 1 nothing.
I think that's a withdrawn objection.
Well, I'm going to object any further of the arrest question as improper.
Okay.
You were, during the same period of time, 1998, you were arrested and went to jail for battery, family violence, correct?
Objection, improper questioning.
It's not impeachment. I'm trying to show she's not even there because she's getting arrested.
I'm gonna give you a little bit of leeway, Mr. Samuel.
You were
Miss Hilton, you don't do this when he tells you why he's impeaching her.
arrested for battery, family violence in December of 1998, right?
But who I was arrested for family violence.
Yeah, you want to see?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Yeah, and she can't remember half of the things she had.
No. No, sir, I don't, but I remember getting arrested. I don't know. I didn't get arrested about no family.
You got arrested for battery.
I got arrested for battery. It wasn't against none of my family.
Okay. The charge is family violence battery. I just showed it to you,
You
right?
just showed it to me, sir.
Okay. And then,
Nick, why didn't you warn me going into Fulton County would make my brain hurt? This is utterly ridiculous. She can't. This is her witness, and the first question she asked her, she said, no.
You did.
after that, hindering apprehension of a criminal you were arrested for,
Objection, Your Honor. What year does it still be?
2009.
Can y'all come here for just a minute?
Yeah, let's do a sidebar. Trying to figure out how many times this lady has been arrested, but
You say you never used the name Dorothy Jones?
No, sir, I haven't.
Okay. Most of the events we've been talking about here
well,
are
you
for
deserve it.
events
You're Swedish.
that occurred, and again, I know we don't know a particular starting date, but late 80s, 89 or 90, up through 99, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you speak up a little bit?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And is it fair to say, maybe this is, just kind of rhetorical, that
Objection is rhetorical because.
take out the rhetorical. I want an answer.
He hasn't phrased it yet, so I can't tell him to rephrase, but go ahead.
Yeah, forget the rhetorical. If you were approached by the police in 2003, would you have been honest with them?
Would I have been honest with him?
Yeah. Would you be honest if a policeman wanted to interview you in 2003?
Yes.
Okay. Would you have told them the truth about your name?
Yes, I would have.
Okay. And if in 2003 you were interviewed by a detective were you living on Brookline in 2003?
No, I had moved from Brookline. My mom and them still stayed on Brookline. I go visit my mom and I'm on Brookline.
Well, maybe I should ask you another question. Do you know anybody by the name Dorothy Jones?
No, I do not.
That's not your mother's name.
My mama's name is Stella Shanks.
Okay, I just want to make sure. So if you were interviewed by the police in 2003, you would have been honest with them.
Yes, I would have.
You would have been honest about your name.
Yes.
And you would have been honest about not ever having talked or seen, let me take that back, not ever having, that you didn't know Melissa at all, correct?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. And now we are 22 years later, right?
Right.
From this event in 2003 that I'm asking you about. And really we are 25 or 26 years later than any observations you had when you were in Brookline, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got to say yes or no.
Yes.
Shanks in the streets, a freak in the sheets.
When was the last time you saw the people who lived in the other half of the duplex where Chris and Melissa lived?
It was a long time after I left from over there. I seen here.
I'm talking about Trey Keys and the woman Mary who you saw occasionally.
Objection, Your Honor. Improper characterization of her testimony.
Well,
She never said she saw Mary.
Well, I'll just remind you that the lawyer's questions aren't evidence, and he can ask the question, and if she understands it, she can answer. So I'm going to overrule your objection. Go ahead, Mr. Singer.
I'll just withdraw that and be more careful. Did you in fact meet the other person who lived there with Troy, or do you know, named Mary Williamson?
I didn't know her name, but I used to see a lady over there, but I didn't know they stayed together, sir.
Okay. How often did you see her over there?
I don't know.
Did they come out to barbecues also?
They used to, I don't know if it was, he couldn't hear you or nothing. The man that stayed over there, I think he was, couldn't hear. He couldn't hear or nothing. But all I used to do is just pass by him and speak to him and stuff.
Okay, but I'm asking about the woman who was occasionally there with you.
I don't know nothing about her, sir. I don't know.
But you saw her there.
I saw her 1 or 2 times there.
That's all right. Those are my questions, Your Honor.
She's seen everyone 1 or 2 times, heard everyone fighting 1 or 2 times. This is like a drunk.
And I want to ask you about this Troy
Tobias.
and this woman that Mr. Samuel talked about. When you would see Chris and his wife, did you ever see that woman at Troy's house?
No.
So when you're talking about the arguing and the screaming, is that coming from Chris and the wife, as far as what you could tell from where you were sitting at?
As far as I could tell.
And do you know who Melissa is?
Not really, ma'am.
Chris's wife, not met, when you saw Chris's wife, did you know her name?
No, ma'am.
You just recognized that lady in the picture I showed you earlier,
Yes.
and you recognize her to be Chris's wife.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Samuel?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You are excused. Around 11:30. Trouble. Okay. State may call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Marlon Sutton.
Marlon Sutton. Is it another one who is it? Why are they soliciting sodomy?
So you know, I'm going to take a break around 11:30, 11:45, and then I'm probably we're going to take a little bit of a later lunch, or probably around 1:15 if everybody's good with that. So make sure if you need a snack or something on the break that you get one, okay? Thank you.
What was that law show back in the 80s? She looks like the female lead in that one. LA Law? Was it LA Law?
If you're coming up to the witness stand, when you reach the witness stand, before you sit down, if you'll turn and face the deputy and raise your right hand, he'll swear you in.
You swear on to the testimony you're about to give, truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth.
Thank you, sir. And just be careful about that ledge with the rolly chair.
Okay.
And then if you'll just scoot up to the microphone and state and spell your name for the record, sir.
Yeah, this is Marlon Sutton, MarlonSutton.
Okay. Officer Sutton, good morning.
Good morning.
Tell the court where you're currently employed.
I'm currently employed at Atlanta Municipal Court right now.
Okay. And what agency do you work for?
City of Atlanta.
How long have you worked with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Ooh, a little over 30 years.
Okay. And when you started, describe your role when you started with the police department.
Yeah, I started back in 94. I was assigned to Zone 3. So I was basically answering 911 calls for the first 9 years I was in the department.
Okay. And at any point, were you employed in that capacity in July of 1998?
Yes.
All right. And would you have the occasion to, as part of your role in the police department, responding to incident calls or 911 calls?
Yes.
All right. And do you also have the occasion to respond to, say, calls involving domestic violence?
Absolutely.
All right. Is that a pretty common occurrence, responding to calls where there's been an allegation or call about a domestic violence incident?
Pretty much in that area was.
All right.
I worked at.
How many calls, and just ballpark, how many times would you say you've had a chance to respond to a domestic violence incident?
I was in that zone for 9 years, so we
You look
probably,
like Sammy Davis.
I probably wrote about maybe 5 to 10 reports a day. Domestic violence, it had to be in the hundreds.
I'm sorry.
I wrote hundreds of domestic violence reports. I've been over there.
All right. And when you respond to a domestic violence call, talk about some of the things that you're either concerned about or you're looking to investigate.
Yeah, anytime I got a call in domestic violence, first of all, I just want to check and make sure that the victim is taken care of, away from hurt, harm, or danger, see if she needed kind of medical attention, so on and so forth. And we had a domestic violence unit back then. We would call them out to come out and actually deal with them on pursuing any charges further, since in this particular case, I was out on the suspect, was on the scene.
Okay. What typically happens when say a warrant or a domestic violence, say a battery is initiated? What happens typically?
Well, typically, if I write the initial report and we'll call a DV, domestic violence investigator, to come out, and they'll investigate from that point on and have the victim come down and pursue warrants and so on and so forth.
Okay. You familiar with the term a TPO?
Yes.
What is that?
Temporary protective order.
And what's generally the purpose of a temporary protective order?
Someone in fear of being hurt or harmed by another person, they file a TPO.
Okay. Is that something that you will either educate or inform persons that you believe may have been victims of the
Right. There's time I can inform or I can get the domestic violence unit, because that's what they pretty much do every day.
Okay.
So
and when you what's the process? How does one go about getting a protective order?
yeah, well, what I would do is that I would just always, if I can't get the DV on the line or can't get them to come out, I would advise them to come down to the courthouse and file one.
Okay, so
Fulton County Courthouse.
you would actually advise the
Right.
individual that if they,
Right,
if they felt concerned, they would go to the courthouse.
Yes, but generally, if we got domestic violence unit, then we call them out to the scene to assist them further.
Okay.
Forgive me for interrupting, sir. If you would, you're a really fast
Oh, I'm sorry.
talker.
Yeah, I'm
That's
from-
okay. If you'll just, when you're answering questions, try
Slow
and
down a little bit. I
slow
guess.
down a little bit.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You've been a cop for 30 years. This isn't your first time in trial. Stop over talking when the prosecutor is asking you questions.
Now, is it common for you to find, say, the offending spouse at the location when you respond?
No, it's not common. I mean, sometimes, but not. You know, so most of the time, the suspect probably is gone or left the scene before I get there.
Okay. And I want to turn your attention to July 21st, 1998 incident. Your testimony is that you were employed in that same capacity at the Atlanta Police Department on that date.
Yes.
Did you have the occasion to respond to an incident location at that date?
Yes, there was a call came up that day.
All right. Do you recall what street that incident location was?
I believe it was on Brookline.
All right. Do you recall the address itself?
No.
All right. If I were to show you a copy of your report, would that refresh your recollection as to, say, the address numbers of the street and the street name itself?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Take a look at this document to yourself.
Okay. Okay. All right.
To having reviewed that document, is your recollection refreshed as to the street number?
Yes, 772 Brookline.
All right. Well, let me show you this document.
Okay.
Now, let me ask you this.
Mhm.
So the 772 Brookline Street, do you know if that's the number of the address of the call that came in, or is that the number of the actual house where the incident was taking place?
No, according to what I wrote, is that's not where it occurred at. She had left and went to another location and called, and I met her at that location.
All right, all right. So it wasn't, you didn't meet her at the incident location where it occurred.
Right.
Your testimony is that she left and went to a different.
Right.
All right. And as far as the address where the incident actually occurred, do you recall that address?
Not off the top of my head, I don't.
Would it help to look at a copy of your report?
Yes.
It's documented.
Yes.
All right. You could look at this section here. And I'll read it to you.
Okay.
Okay. What is that address?
I wrote in the 780 block of Brookline.
You don't recall it being 824 Brookline?
No, let me see it. Let me see what I wrote.
You see that section here? You recall it?
Okay, that's the address that was given to me is their residence address. As a resident, right.
Okay. All right. And when you say their residence, you're referring to the Christopher and Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Right, there at 824
All right. Okay.
Brookline.
And that location, is that in Fulton County?
Yes.
When you arrived at incidents of involving domestic violence, do you look to see if there are any signs of physical trauma or abuse on the individual that's been affected?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury if you recall seeing any signs that Ms. Wolfenbarger had been assaulted or attacked in any way?
Yeah, I documented the bruises that was on her legs.
Okay. And
Didn't she have a black eye?
okay. Now, do you recall seeing anywhere else? And I know this is 1998.
I mean, not off the top of my head, as I wrote something down in the report that I'm not aware of.
All right. And during this period, your testimony is that you were taking about five to 10 calls a week?
I may break like 5-10 reports a night.
A night?
Right.
Okay. All right. And that's during that 8-9 year period
Right.
that you were working that zone?
Right. Zone 3 was busy back then.
All right. And so, to your recollection, this would have been the only time you would respond to that location. Is that also correct?
That, to my recollection, it is.
All right. I want to turn your attention to, well, let me ask you this. Would it refresh your recollection if you were to review another portion of your
Okay.
potential
injuries you may or may not
Okay.
observe.
I got you.
I might start day drinking to keep
You
up with
look
this
at,
because
that section, tell the court if you
I feel like I'm just one big question mark.
see any abrasions or indication of an attack.
Mark, can we approach?
Yes.
He doesn't remember, so now he's telling him, read your report so you can say what I want. Ask the questions and then say, can you would this refresh your memory? This guy doesn't remember. He had 10 domestics every night, and if he had 10 domestics every night, how likely is it that this woman across the street remembers exactly those 3 times a week where Chris and Melissa were fighting? There was probably fighting in every row house, more or less, every night, because Section 3 was busy back then. I don't know the area, but what I have gathered, this is the lowest social economic group who live there, most likely an area with lots of street pharmaceuticals. I bet you I wouldn't walk outside the house at night in that area. Yeah, but I'll have to be here till 11:30, so
Indicating where you may or may not have observed any injuries on Ms. Wolfenbarger.
Yes, I observed injuries on her body.
Okay. Do you recall what parts of her body that you observed injuries on?
Yes, sir.
And what parts of those?
Her legs, I think I documented on there.
Okay.
Arms and legs, I believe. Yes.
Did you also see any injuries on her back?
Not that I recall. That's the top of my head.
You can look at this report in this section here.
Okay. Yes, sir. I see it.
So you recall documenting your report observing injuries on her arms and back?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, if you're documenting this, are you documenting what you're observing with your own eyes?
Yes.
Was that a practice that you would do? Would you want to, or would you make it a point to actually observe any injuries that you?
that this guy worked for the police for 30 years, and back in the 90s he worked Section 3, and in Section 3 there was a lot of domestics. He had 8 to 10 every night, but apparently Melissa's and Chris's were so memorable that the neighbor remembered exactly that one.
You're going to document in your report yourself.
Yes, I mean, you want to document the injury because just to see if some actually did took place. So,
okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Samuel?
Officer Sutton.
yes, sir.
So you remember, do you have your report with you?
No, sir.
Do you remember now, or having looked at your report before you came in today, how many hours have gone by between the time of the incident, whatever it was, and the time you first talked to Melissa?
I don't recall, but I think I wrote down that this has occurred at a different time in my report. I believe it happened at a different time.
Right. How many hours had gone by between the time you had, whatever? I'm going to ask the same question.
Yeah, I don't know because I think I documented that this occurred at a certain date and time in my report. I don't know what I put on there, but I think I wrote it down that this happened at a certain date and a certain time. So I'm not sure how many hours it was from my memory.
Okay. Do you have a copy? Sorry, okay. Do you mind if I give you a copy? Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give you.
Okay.
Yes. Too confused. Did you document in your report that any
Say hello to
injuries
Kat.
that you observed had occurred earlier at a different location.
Yes,
Okay.
I did document, right?
Okay. You met Melissa at her house, right?
No.
824.
Okay. I can't recall. I reason why I said it because I think I met her in the street from there where it didn't occur.
Okay. So we have one place where the event occurs.
Right.
And then we have the residence.
Right.
Okay. By the way, you never saw Chris Wolfenbarger that night at all. You never met him.
I don't know what he looks like.
Okay. We couldn't identify him in the courtroom today.
No.
Okay. You guessed, but
I mean,
you don't know him.
I don't know. No.
And never saw him that night.
Never saw him.
Right. And what you wrote in your report was that any injuries were minor, correct?
They appear to be minor.
Okay. I mean,
Right.
you checked a box on the
Right.
report that said
Yeah,
minor.
it appeared to be minor. It wasn't anything grave.
Right. Did you take her shirt off?
No.
Okay.
Oh my.
And yet you wrote in your report injuries to back.
Mhm.
So you didn't observe those, right?
I don't know. I can't recall.
Fair enough. And your recollection is something about her legs and her arm, but you don't ever remember taking her shirt off and
No, I don't
examining
remember taking her shirt off.
or examining her like that.
Well, I saw injuries on her legs just from what I wrote down, what I saw, what I observed. I didn't take any clothes off.
Right. Okay. I'm not accusing you of anything. Was there anybody with Melissa when you were doing this interview?
I can't recall.
You. Okay. Do you remember another man who was at where she had been?
I don't remember that.
Don't remember anything about that.
I don't even think about another man. No.
Do you know what was going on at 780 Brookline Street? You wrote that in your report as the incident location, right?
I don't. If I wrote it down, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it actually occurred there. And I got to see my report. I'm not sure.
Around there.
Yes.
Okay.
So I did some highlighting, and that's obviously mine, not yours. Okay. The incident location was a location at 780 Brookline.
Okay. Yes.
And Chris Wolfenbarger wasn't there, right?
No.
You never saw him.
Never saw him.
I don't get any bad feelings from this guy at all. I think he saw a lot of bad stuff back in the 90s. Wasn't that when crack really hit the poor areas? He was probably walking through domestics every single night. I see him as trustworthy.
And where did you actually interview Ms. Wolfenbarger?
One second. Let me see. Hold on a second.
I'm asking you what was said, just the location.
Well, I got to look and see because I don't. I mean, I know I met her on Brookline, but I don't know the exact location. Yeah.
But it wasn't her residence.
It wasn't a residence, no.
And you also said that there was some stolen items involved. You remember that?
I remember writing it down, but I can't recall. I can't put it together now why I wrote it. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, but if your report wrote her glasses were stolen and $10 were stolen, would that be accurate?
Yeah,
You would write
because,
it down.
well, I mean, I think her purse was stolen.
Okay,
There might have items that may have been in her purse. I was just documenting.
okay. You want to look at your report?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I see it.
$10 was stolen, her purse and her glasses were stolen.
Is any I don't do the deep dives. Does anyone know if they had substance abuse problems? Because a pair of stolen glasses and $10, that sounds more like something that would go on in. It sounds more like drugs than domestics.
And her purse was stolen?
Yes.
You
Okay, I wrote that down. Right.
You would write it down for sure, right?
Right, that's what I was told.
I don't want to get into what you were told, but no medical treatment was needed, though. You checked that box, no.
No, I don't recall medical treatment.
Okay.
Thank you, Ginger. Well, Sue, I don't hang out
Questions,
places
Your Honor.
like you
Thank
do.
you. Mr. Fawcett, questions for this witness? Yes.
Again, all of this is what? Could get a lot of crack for $10. Yep, to me, again, if both of them are addicts and they don't have money enough to cover we saw that in the Adam Montgomery case, how he went over to that other lady who is now a nurse, and they did drugs together, and he was supposed to bring it back to his wife, but he stayed over there. Probably did more than just do drugs. But I don't think those households are built on very stable foundations.
Document in your report the times that you responded to that location?
Yes.
Was that something that you would have done?
Yes.
And also in your report, would you have documented the time that the call came in?
Yes.
And typically,
Are you on
when a call comes in,
iOS
what is the
systems?
contributing factor to when you would, when an officer would be dispatched to a call?
You mean a time? Or
Yeah,
what?
and generally, what time would an officer be dispatched to a call for when actually not?
They prioritize calls. So if someone just filed a police report and there's no immediate threat, it's going to be downgraded. So it's hard to say, depending on how busy the calls are that day.
All right. And so this call came in about a potential domestic violence incident. Where would that have been in terms of calls and priorities?
Well, it wouldn't have been a high priority call because there was no threat there at the time.
Okay. All right. Now, do you recall we were talking about the July 21st, 1998 incident. You recall that day? Do you recall the time that you received the call?
No, I don't recall off the top of my head. I don't.
Okay. Do you recall the time that the actual call came in?
No, I have to see what's documented.
Okay. You can review your report.
Okay.
And tell the court if you can recall both of those times.
Okay.
Yes, lady.
The time I received the call?
Yes.
Okay. You want the dates or just the times?
Just the date and the time.
Okay. Okay. I got the call on, it looks to be, I'm trying to read my writing. It looks to be July 21st, 1998 at around 8 p.m.
Okay.
Maybe that's 8:01 p.m. I'm not sure. Like maybe 8:01 p.m. 2100 hours.
And that would have been a time you say you received the call?
Right. That's the time I received the call. Yes.
All right. And what would have been the time that you would have responded?
Let's see. Hold on one second. I don't know the exact time I got there on the scene. That's the time I got the call though. So I don't know what time I actually arrived.
Okay.
That's the time I got the call. So it could have been anywhere between, I would say 10 to 15 minutes after I got the call before I got there on the scene.
Okay. That would have been an average time that it would have taken you to respond.
Right. To drive over there, probably about 10 to 15 minutes.
All right.
Yeah,
At
that's
that
why
time, did you have the name of
I see
the
it in a lot of my
individual that
cases as
would
well.
have been the offender?
When I got the call?
Yes.
No, not when I got the call. There.
All right. Did you have, at that time, did you have an understanding of who the potential offender was to the victim, like the relationship between the two? Did you have an understanding of that?
Objection.
Do you want to rephrase?
No, this
If you
guy
can.
only does
Okay.
domestic.
Did you know the relationship between the two parties?
I
No.
object, Your Honor.
Overruled.
What was your answer?
No, I didn't know.
All right. And did you know who upon responding, did you know who the victim was?
Upon responding, yes, I did.
And who was that?
I don't know her name, to be honest with you.
Thank you, Shore Life, for 11 months. And yeah, this is how we celebrate a baby plus 2. Listening to something I can't figure out. And why is this prosecutor trying to elicit some statements that is clearly not relevant? He just said, I never met Chris. I couldn't point to him today.
I can look at the report and give you the name I wrote on there.
I'm sorry?
I can look at the police report and give you the name of the victim that's on the police report. I can give you that. You like me to read the name of the report? I can give you that. You have the victim name?
Yeah, did you document that victim's name?
Yes, I did.
What does that mean?
It's Melissa Wolfenbarger. I
Wolfenbarger?
pronounce it right.
No. Wolfenbarger.
That's all I have, Judge.
Mr. Samuel, anything else?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. You may
Thank
sit
you.
down. You are
Right.
excused. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's 11:42. We're going to take about a 15-ish minute break. I'm going to try and get you in here as close to noon as I can. And then again, as I mentioned, we'll go for about an hour and 15 minutes, and then take a break for lunch. So I'll see you in about 15 minutes. Thank you.
All right, what do you
Come on.
Please be seated. We're going to take a break in just a second. Before we do, I wanted to put a couple of bench conferences on the record and just see if anybody wanted to make any additional record regarding that matter. Going back to the previous witness, Ms. Cooley, I asked the parties to approach during a series of questions by Mr. Samuel that drew objections from Ms. Hilton regarding that witness's criminal history. The original objection, I think, was that it was improper impeachment. Mr. Samuel indicated that he wasn't offering it for impeachment purposes, but to demonstrate that the witness wasn't there at the times that she claimed to have been. When I asked the parties to approach, I pointed out that if it went to impeachment, then it needed to be convictions and it needed to be for felonies or crimes of moral turpitude, and that if it went to attempting to demonstrate that the witness wasn't there, then what she was arrested for wasn't relevant. That maybe the fact of the arrest and the time frame would be relevant, but not what it was. And I think where that was resolved is that Mr. Samuel was like, I think I'm done with my examination anyway. But I wanted to make sure there was a record of that and see if any party wanted to put anything else on the record regarding that issue. Ms. Hilton.
Nothing from the state.
Mr. Samuel?
No, you're accurate. You're accurate.
Okay. And then there were two approaches regarding the witness, Officer Sutton. One was Mr. Samuel requested to approach. He expressed concern about the witness stating what the victim had told him as part of his on-scene discussions, assessment of the situation. And Mr. Fawcett indicated that he had, in accordance with the court's instructions, specifically instructed the officer that he wasn't to say anything about what Melissa Wolfenbarger told him. And so then we approached again because the state, I don't know that they use those words, but felt like Mr. Samuel may have opened the door to what Ms. Wolfenbarger told the officer or not by asking questions about whether Ms. Wolfenbarger's purse was stolen, whether her glasses were stolen, whether $10 was stolen, which we know was apparently a part of a narrative that the officer obtained from Ms. Wolfenbarger, but the questions were not asked in such a way that it implied or stated directly that information came from Ms. Wolfenbarger. And so what I communicated at the bench was that I did not believe that Mr. Samuel's questions in that topic had opened the door. That was my recollection. If you want to correct, expound, or make any additional record, you're free to do so. Mr. Fawcett?
That's great.
Mr. Samuel?
I agree.
No.
That's correct.
Okay.
Everyone is asking,
Anything else
and we
we need
don't
to address
know.
before we take a quick break? Mr. Fawcett?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Samuel?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we're in recess until noon.
If I put a link in the chat, can someone come on and tell me what we watched for roughly 2 hours? What evidence have we had that connects Chris to the disappearance of Melissa? He borrowed a saw at his work and never gave it back after they fired him. I think that is the hardest piece of evidence we have had today. Because Street Lady never saw her with the second child. Both children are born within very short time span. So if she never saw her with the second child, all of this arguing went on at least 9 months before she disappeared. I put on the Twitter thread that more timelines that doesn't match up, referring to yesterday when the WWE rolled into town. But it's also with these witnesses, and I don't blame the witnesses. This is 27 years ago. No one knows what they did 27 years ago. I was just born. I'm 27 years old. And what is this case? I'm blaming Marissa. That's why none of my mods are here today other than Anime. Thank you, Anime. Because they gave me this case and they are sitting in Chicago drinking Mai Tais and laughing at me. What was an opening statement from the state? Domestic violence, left restraining order. That was probably summarized what the state's opening statement was. I fell asleep halfway through. The defendant is in a wheelchair because he had a climbing accident 2 years after the wife went missing. Okay, now I'm going to pin that because I have seen that question more than any other question. So thank you, Patty. I read that Nancy Grace was banging on to get the husband arrested, and I was immediately skeptical. Oh, if Nancy Grace thinks he's guilty, he's 100% innocent. That woman is a disgrace. I made that one up myself. Someone was asking how to sub to the channel, Valhalla. You weren't helping. Even Sue did more to try and help than you did. Defense opening was they don't have anything. They have a lot of third-party culprit that could also be a suspect in this case. But allegedly, this case is 100% built on join not sub. Well, Valhalla doesn't know any of it anyway. Kathy, I'm just about to summarize it. Allegedly, all of this case relies on one new witness who we don't know who they are because the state didn't mention in their opening, and something forensic. So maybe they'll end with that and everything will become clear. Other than that, everyone we have heard about so far, I think. I don't know about the neighbor, if she was new or not. But no, yeah, she was asked in 2004 as well. So every witness have made reports somewhere between 1998 and today, where the case was cold and no one thought that Chris could be proven to have done it. And then all of a sudden, one new witness and something forensic that they didn't mention what was in the opening statement makes the prosecution sure that they can prove that Chris, because of something, one night unalived his wife, cut her up with a rabbit dick, put her in black plastic bags, dumped them right across the street from his work, where potentially he was fired at that, because no one really knows when she disappeared, because no one went looking for her till February because she didn't call for her mom's birthday. They didn't think it was weird she didn't call for Christmas. The defense says, well, she had moved out because she was banging some other dude. So I find it totally cromulent that Chris didn't go looking for her. She signed away her kids to her in-laws. Her sister didn't know about that, but she was really close to her. Her dad is a serial killer. Her mom helped him cover up these killings, which were more murder for hire than just a serial killer. And the sister either gave birth to a stillborn baby or left it in a hamper to die. I didn't quite catch which one. Chris, well, his criminal record might come in on some occasion. Apparently has some drug problems, have had some drug problems. But has he anything like this? And we know from the defense opening, which I don't think they can state something that's not true in the openings without the prosecution yelling objection. There's no DNA, there's no blood, there's no hair, there's no clothes, there's nothing linking the body to Chris. That's why they couldn't figure out who it was until her dad went to prison and they used her mom's DNA to identify who this body was. And the family didn't go hard in the paint for this case till 2015, even though they want to sell it now like, oh, we have been fighting for justice for so long. But it wasn't until the sister learned about true crime in 2015 they started looking for her and trying to pin it on Chris again. And the family have already signed contracts with Netflix about this case. Are they trustworthy on the stand because they have a financial interest in the outcome of this case? Because, hey, can we get a man finally after 27 years? That sells better on Netflix than serial killer dad might have unalive girl. No one can prove it because no one knows. Yesterday, there was no oxygen in your blood. You have to do this. That's called breathing, and it'll go through your But I hope they put some oxygen into your blood again at the ER yesterday, and that AJ was entertaining you when I was so selfishly just going to bed. Memory issues is going to be a problem. No one knows what they're looking at the reports and saying, yeah, I might have written that. And, oh, by the way, we know there's a VHS tape of a dog dragging out the decapitated head from a wooded area to a road, because when I read the head was just left in the middle of the road. What the hell's going on here? No, a dog had found it in a wooded area, dragged it out to the road. That's why it was found. That tape has gone missing. The lead not the lead investigator, but a police officer who was the first at the scene said, well, half my reports are missing. Apparently, Fulton County had some kind of data hack in 2018. I don't know how that can delete a VHS tape, but maybe that's what they're going with. The area where her body was found was known to be a really rough spot. Yes, it was close to where he was working, but he had only been working there for a short time, and he couldn't get in or out of the workplace because I was thinking, okay, there's no blood at his house. They have all of this heavy machinery at the glass job site. Maybe he went there, did a little overtime. No, because they couldn't go in there. Everything was locked off. So where did he do it? There's no evidence. None whatsoever. Well, brains are not that important. That was a surveillance camera. Thank you, Anime, for gifting a subscription to Dip over on Rumble. It's funny, these shows up, but if you send a Rumble rant, they don't show up. But welcome in the Rumble family. I think you get some emojis over there. You do the same on YouTube. You get the Zoo Bird. I think you get more over on Rumble. Thank you, Anime. Oh, yeah. Well, the ME believed the skull was from a male, but the investigator didn't agree. What? Yeah, you didn't. Let's just say if everyone was alive 27 years ago, it's not the bolos you want to see. Mama Tosh, no. Because the only evidence we have had this morning is he borrowed a saw at his job and never returned it when he got fired. He might have fought with his girlfriend, but we don't know when the neighbor heard this. And this neighbor, Brandon, you missed this part. She was soliciting sodomy. But yeah, and then there was a guy saying, "Yeah, I took a report down, and I couldn't tell you who Christopher Wolfenbarger was because he wasn't there that day, and she had complained she had been robbed. So it's I just can't get where we're gonna go. Yes, that was more likely than out the top. May or maybe not have borrowed a saw, or maybe not, and might have been laid off because he crashed a car, or maybe he was laid off because he crashed a car again, and it. Apparently, this lady, I think you would like hanging out with her. She had multiple domestics. She had multiple solicitations. So you know what they say: a freak in the street, a freak in the sheet. And I learned that in certain areas of Atlanta, apparently it's the street, not a street. I have a hard enough time that this is my third language. I think I have a pretty good grasp of it sometimes, maybe. But when we get into local dialects, I can get a little lost. And I think that's why my face has been a constant all day, because I don't know why we're having this trial. How many witnesses did we have yesterday? We had the 2 police officers. We had the sister. That's 3. Then we had the Papa and Mama, Mimo, this morning, and the neighbor and the officer. So we have had 7 witnesses now, and none of them, other than the sister, have given any kind of likely explanation why
Do we have any
Christopher should
matters to take up before
Be here
we bring
today.
the jury back in?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We ready for the jury then?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Deputy, can you get the jury for us? Please?
please and thank you. Oh, the Laura Owens case. I watched that on MGs. That's just ridiculous. That woman just needs to stop. Well, it's Coke Fairy. I know it's made up words, but it's vernacular you use. It's really annoying. And again, the sister, we now know she had a monetary reason to paint him as badly as possible. That wasn't disclosed yesterday, so they couldn't cross-examine her. But when Norma comes on the stand, they can start attacking her, that she's getting paid to get a certain outcome. Yeah, I know she's been indicted, but that's just a stupid case. And it's a stupid lawyer who was on the case to begin with. Is there new stuff on the BJ Baby case? Oh, yeah, she's been indicted.
Thank you all. Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state called Stephen O'Hare.
Stephen O'Hare.
Thank you, sir. Come on up to the witness
And he's
stand, and
gonna
when you
come
get
up and
there,
say,
if you,
"I
before you
took a
sit down, if
report."
you'll turn and face the deputy and raise your right hand, he'll swear you in.
You swear upon the testimony that you have here, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Yes, sir. I have these.
And if you'll get situated, be careful of those wheels next to that ledge, and then state and spell your name for the record, please.
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Stephen O'Hare, Stephen, last name O''Hare.
Detective O'Hare, good afternoon now, about 7 minutes. Can you tell the court where you're currently employed?
I am currently employed with the Atlanta Police Department.
And in what capacity?
I'm a detective.
And how long have you been employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
I am in my 33rd year.
All right. Can you describe your duties that you have currently with the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm assigned to the fugitive unit. Our responsibilities include.
Oh, so now we're going to get, when they tried to arrest him in 2024, he was hiding, and because that proves guilt. As Brennan would say, coincidence of guilt.
Locating and arresting fugitives that are assigned to us. Typically, the individuals we're looking for would be described as violent offenders. Anybody that has a warrant for anything from murder, armed robbery, rape, aggravated assault involving a weapon. Almost all of our subjects we're looking for involve something of that nature.
Okay. And generally, how is an operation like this planned? What is the planning involved to execute something like this?
So initially, a case will be assigned out. Typically, it's in a rotation styled order. They will go outside of that at times and give a senior investigator certain cases. In this case, or typically in any case, we'll do an initial background of the individual, attempting to identify a location or a number of locations that the individual could be at. We utilize technology in order to assist in locating individuals. Once we actually reasonably believe that we've got a location for a wanted subject, we will then utilize different means to apprehend them. Could use our own fugitive unit to basically go and conduct a knock and call out is what we call it. Basically, we knock on the door, identify ourselves, and request for the individual to come outside. We could utilize the U.S. Marshals in some more serious cases or cases that are outside of the immediate Atlanta area. We'll also utilize the FBI in a similar manner, but For me, I usually use the U.S. Marshals.
Okay. And were you working in that capacity on the 26th of July, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And on August 6th, 2024?
Yes.
All right. And as to those dates in particular, now I'm going to turn your attention to August 6th, 2024. Can you tell the court what you did on that date?
So on August 6th of 2024, we prepared a warrant service in the attempt to apprehend Christopher Wolfenbarger, who had an outstanding warrant for murder. I had reached out to the U.S. Marshals and requested their assistance, including the assistance from the Spalding County Sheriff's Office. We reasonably believed that Christopher was at his address. I believe it's 126 Liberty Circle in Griffin, Georgia. We utilized his cell phone by GPSing it, and that allowed us to additionally believe that he was on site, as the cell phone showed to be at his property that was identified to belong to him. We arrived on site. U.S. Marshals took the lead as they went to the actual door to attempt to serve the warrant.
All right. Now, when you approach the door, and in particular in this case, do you make any type of attempt to announce your presence?
Yes, in this case, I witnessed it. The marshals did what we call a surround and call out. So they will surround the property utilizing all the different resources we have that day. But specifically in this case, they approached the door with a 8-man, what we call a stack. Basically, it's a series of individuals who obviously are armed, and their job is to make contact and attempt to apprehend the individual. And in this case, they did knock on the door, and they did identify themselves and specifically call out for Mr. Wolfenbarger to come out and surrender.
When you say identify themselves, how did they go about doing that?
They will call out their U.S. Marshals.
Okay. So there was some attempt with it. So you.
Have we ever heard about someone dodging a warrant before? Nope. Only murderers does that.
The testimony is that there was some attempt to alert that there was law enforcement present.
Yeah, it was more than just some attempt. What we describe as waiting a reasonable amount of time. We will knock on the door, knock on the door, knock on the door. And they went further than just, they gave him several minutes to come outside and surrender.
And so when you say further, further than what? What do you mean by that?
Well, depending upon the intelligence we have prior to going in, the potential for violence or potential for there to be risk to the officers for serious injury, or further than that, they could decide to basically break down the door. The individuals believed to be running inside, potentially gathering weapons or anything like that, they will breach the door and attempt to basically escalate it to a point to where get him to understand that he needs to surrender.
Okay. Were those attempts successful?
No, they breached the door, and his female girlfriend that identified, I believe.
I know it's 2025, but there's not a lot of male girlfriends out there.
I believe she was a long time girlfriend. She was observed coming from the right side of the structure. It was later determined that their bedroom was to the left side of the structure. So for whatever reason, she was coming from the other side.
Okay. All right. So walk us through in terms of the tactics that you use to work your way through the Wolfenbarger residence. What were you doing, and how many persons or how many officers total were involved in that?
I can't tell you specifically how much personnel we had, but if I had to put a number on it, it'd be roughly 30 people between, obviously, I said before, Atlanta Police, U.S. Marshals, Spalding County Sheriff's Department, and we also had the U.S. Secret Service out there assisting.
Okay. So when you make your breach, what do you do after you first make the breach into the residence?
We basically will breach the door and we'll continue to call out. At that point, they're waiting for any kind of contact with anybody. In this case, his girlfriend immediately came to the door and saying she surrendered as to she basically just started cooperating at that point.
Okay. And
you will have to get into a death match with Jamie in a cage that I can stream and grift off of.
Did you attempt to work your way through the residence at that time?
At that time, the team that actually was assigned to clear the structure started to basically clear the downstairs. They had a secondary team start to clear what I can only describe as the two garages are off to the right that were directly attached to the actual is the house. It's kind of a weird layout, but you had the house on the left and then you had attached garages that they were.
And thank you, Auntie Deb, for joining, and thank you for sending all of your people over here. I hope you had the full snack and that you figured out that middle-aged women were the face of Irish poverty, and that's why they started the Salem witch trials. I've learned that much from Kevin's book.
Using as part of their house.
Oh, and yeah, maybe I should give you an introduction to this case. This is Fulton County, Georgia. You all know Norfolk County. Maybe we should call it No-Fuck County. Sorry. In Massachusetts, where nothing is as it seems. This is a 27-year-old murder trial. So far, the only hard evidence we had is they found body parts. They are blaming her ex-husband, and the evidence they have provided so far is they might have argued at some point and he might have stolen a saw at his old work. Hard evidence. And you're thinking, yeah, but in Massachusetts, they invert videotapes. Well, here they just lose them. Yeah, but in Massachusetts, they backdate reports. Well, here they just lose them. The lead investigator said, well, half my reports isn't even here. And of course, the mom and the sister of the victim has signed a deal with Netflix. So they are absolutely going to be 100% honest in their testimony. They don't have any financial incitement to lie to try and get this case a little more fire. The family, she disappeared in 1998, they think. In 1999, the family starts looking for her. They don't look that much. In 2003, her dad is sent to prison for life because he apparently was kind of a gun-for-hire serial killer known as the Flint River Murderer. The mom got an immunity deal to testify against the dad. And the sister, because you're thinking, well, that's a kind of weird family. Well, the sister also hid a pregnancy, had a baby in their home, dropped the dead baby in a hamper, which the victim found. And she has a slight, and you know only the best people in Massachusetts have that. She might have had a slight problem with some meth. But only the best people have that. So if you want crazy and you don't mind me having a constant look of something between what the F and constipation on my face, you should stay and watch this case and do all the YouTube things. Thank you.
So they cleared the bottom area.
It's a YouTube thing where they try to make this more like Twitch, so people will do that. Hey, I can do this and that and get XP. It's to try and reach a younger audience than most of true crime is, and it doesn't do anything. I can't see it in my end, so I don't know so I can't even call out and say, "Oh, thank you, Jenny, for having the most XP today." And more of Alessi. Thank you for 1 month. It was more than a meth hobby than anything. Yes. Oh, and we just had a visit, a witness who claimed that, well, she heard them arguing 3 times a week, but she only seen the victim twice maybe in her entire life. And the victim had 2 babies within a short time, but she only saw her with 1 baby, so no timeline matches up. Welcome to Fulton. We make Massachusetts look passable as a DA's office.
Did not locate him. They were working to clear the upstairs structure, but they were being very methodical about it. They believed at that point, since they had cleared the bottom, that there's a potential that he was hiding upstairs, and they were trying to come up with a plan on how to safely be able to go up there and locate him and apprehend him.
Okay. Were you able to, was that successful, attempted to locate Mr. Wolfenbarger upstairs?
They never actually made it upstairs. I actually had relocated from outside and came in and started assisting in what we call a secondary search. We actually did 3 or 4 searches to try to locate this individual, and it's not unusual to have people get creative in their houses or locations and come up with locations for them to hide. So we continued to kind of pull on boards, try to move.
Well, they also both worked at Waffle House, and I've been told, and they worked the 3rd shift. And Valhalla has told me we had this moment where he picked me up at the airport. We drove by the Waffle House and said, "Oh, I want to go to the Waffle House because we don't have those in Denmark." And he did like, "Simba, never go there. Where the shadow hits, you can't go. Nothing good happens at Waffle House after midnight." Why do they pronounce it Waffenbarger? Because it's Americans. They can't say the words right behind a saw.
Mirrors, just do 2nd and 3rd searches to make sure that somebody didn't
Yes,
miss
Cat Not
something.
Williams comment that one.
Unfortunately, we
That
are
was weird as well.
human and things do happen like that. So as I maneuvered out for probably the 2nd or 3rd time out to what was, I can only describe as a makeshift kitchen that was created in one of the garages. And I kind of maneuvered around, and I noticed on the right side of it, there was like a wine rack that appeared to be loose. So I started manipulating it and kind of saw that it was moving a little bit. And I was using my gun and flashlight on my gun to kind of peer underneath
that's affecting mood.
Underneath it. And I maneuvered a little bit more to the right, and when I looked inside, I could see what turned out to be Mr. Wolfenbarger hunched over. I could see his back, and he was hunched over, hiding deep into the little structure that was created for their kitchen.
Okay. Is your memory good enough of what you observed that day that are you able to demonstrate the manner in which Mr. Wolfenbarger was, as you testified, hunching over when you observed him?
It might not be my memory that I'm worried about. It might be my body that I'm worried about.
Okay. All right. Are you physically able?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Okay. With the court's permission, could I have the witness step into the gallery and demonstrate what he observed Mr. Wolfenbarger doing?
Mr. German? Daniel?
That's fine.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
They seem to be on all fours. Kind of hunched over where he just was.
Yes, show
You
us.
can see the curvature of his back.
Okay. And at that time, your testimony was that you had the light on your firearm, is that correct?
That's correct.
And at that time, your testimony was also that you had already previously made several attempts to announce law enforcement. Is that also correct?
Repeat that?
Several attempts to announce that you were law enforcement. Is that also
Not
correct?
just myself, but everybody that was out there. They were, the initial response was we had identified ourselves, and at that point, we weren't walking around basically announcing ourselves over and over again. The people that are serving the warrant, that are actually looking for him inside, they can't have a bunch of people talking. Their job is to come up with a plan to try to safely find him. So we're not just going to be in the house just yelling or continuously saying, "Hey, police."
Okay. How much time would you say, just an estimation of how much time it took from the point when you first made your announcement of law enforcement to when you were able to apprehend the defendant?
It was at least 20 minutes, if not longer.
Okay.
Somewhere between the range of 20 and 30 minutes, it seemed like, at least.
All right. Were you able to apprehend the defendant on that?
Yes, once we spotted him inside of the kitchen area, I kind of backed off, summoned.
It's to show conscience of guilt that he hid from them. But again, how many people tries to dodge warrants? You get served by your ex-wife or someone. If you don't get the warrant, they can't say they served you. It's not uncommon, but they're going to use it to say, well, he clearly unalived someone 26 years before that because he hit that day.
Some of the guys around it, and then we called out several times. I attempted to communicate with him myself. Other guys from the U.S. Marshals finally got him to be able to respond within about probably 3 to 5 minutes. And then basically he responded verbally, and it took us probably another 3 to 5 minutes to get him out of the structure, to talk him out.
Okay. All right. Court permission, I'm going to.
How
show you
often
Mr.
do that
Mark
happen
State's
that your
Exhibit
kids know
29.
this?
Can you tell the court if you recognize this state's exhibit?
I do.
All right. How do you recognize that exhibit?
That is a thumb drive with body worn camera video.
Have you had an opportunity to view the contents of that state's exhibit?
I have.
Did you sign the envelope on that exhibit indicating that you had viewed it and that it was a fair and accurate representation of what you observed on the date you arrested?
At this time, I think there's a higher likelihood that her serial killer dad did it. We were told doing defense opening, and again, opening is not evidence, that she was banging some other dude. She had signed over the parental rights to her kids, for her kids to her her in-laws, because she didn't want her parents to have them. And I think it's totally cromulent to say that, well, she left to go bang another dude, and she already given up the kids, so this guy just moved on because they weren't in a good relationship. Apparently, they met when she was 16, when she fled from the house after all of the shenanigans that happened at that house. So I think there's a higher likelihood that something connected to her dad happened with the evidence we have been provided so far.
The defendant.
I did.
Yeah, at this time, the state moved to tender in evidence states exhibit 29.
Okay, exhibit 29 is admitted.
Permission to publish?
Permission granted.
And you're not informed the defense counsel, my assumption is that you're in agreement. You're playing the tape starting at 5 minutes.
Okay,
And how long is it? It is 26 minutes. Minus 5 or? Minus 5.
so 21 minutes of runtime?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, is there both audio and video?
There is audio and video. That's correct.
Okay. The reason I asked that question is just so I can instruct the jury that because of the technology, if you see people talking, their words may lag behind the movement that you see. And so I'll just prepare you for that, that they might not line up. Go ahead, sir.
Show us the video. Show us the video. Yes. Class, we're watching video.
No, it's so much shit. There's a freaking
A chandelier in your garage. Yeah, this guy's guilty.
you're gonna keep running. That's true. But it's the fence. You can't get past the big couch and the perimeter got up pretty quick, right? Right. Plus, Frank and another guy approached the woods. So, I mean, they were blocked off there, I think. Yeah. I don't think that they would make it out. Yeah.
Sean? Yeah. Want me to put your tickets right here? Yeah, fix up there. Yeah, the secondary suite was the cabins.
Upstairs. There's about to the drum upstairs. Very small. Straight out the stairs, straight off the straight up. Looks like it's good because what it pass us, dude. If he knows something's coming, like to have like fucking. I mean, it sounds weird, but to have like a fucking. Yeah.
Language. I think this is Trooper Proctor's house. I think this is Trooper Proctor's house. Is he related to Trooper Proctor? Who has a kitchen cabinet where it says send nudes? This is what and where can I get this so I can have it in the background? I think it's a kitchen they built in the garage.
Are we pretty much clear on the main level?
Except for there's a, you come in the front door, there's a door behind the front door, there's a construction on the left.
Well, we don't have Amazon in Denmark.
Yeah, so if he's at first, how to have the drum ready, I would say let's keep the drum up at first. Yeah. Hey, so he's not gonna have a whole lot of work up there with the drum. Immediate left is a closed door. Okay.
Yes, there's a bird somewhere.
Right and straight is a bathroom. right, hey, who's got the drill remote? Or the ball remote? Okay, hey, somebody monitor this while Mason's on the stairs. Make sure it's got it.
It's a bird.
Hey, the left side of the house right there. Yeah, where these bedroom is, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he is in a wheelchair, so maybe that's why they have built it out there.
Yes, sir. Go to the bedroom here. There's got to be. I don't know what is it. I'm in it. It's gonna be there's nothing I can do. It's gonna be a small closet unless it stairs down. Maybe a fucking cool closet, some type of shit. All right. I get them upstairs if you guys want to clean that up. Is somebody in there? Somebody in there? Yeah, they're
This one is a workout bench. Why are they looking at us? It's not hiding in there.
Let's move it today, bro.
This device was on that side of the house.
You guys coming up here? What's happening?
He's in a wheelchair. He's not jumping out the window. How long after the unaliving was this? 26 years. I every time they turn over that, I think it's a redheaded ghost. But to be a ghost, you have to have a soul you could leave behind. So it couldn't be that, you know. Didn't he say they were calling out for him and saying they were Popo? Yeah. Oh, she said they were calling out and this cop really needs to do some cardio. It's because he has his flashlight underneath his barrel.
I guess it's not working. Yeah, weird. I was looking just to see, can you access this one from here? I didn't get those things.
Oh, I thought he said that they kept doing it. Well, we haven't heard them call out because they were already in the house when he moved in there. So potentially, yeah, they could have announced it and breached before he arrived in the house. No, he can't move his legs because he moves himself into court with his legs. Oh yeah. They searched the house back in 99. Didn't find any evidence at all. Get on the door. Oh, that's a good hiding place. He can work. He can move his legs a little bit. That's the dog.
Straight left, huh? And that left, the deep left is a big ass dresser. Split all the way to the wall.
Emspire, look at the pinned comment.
I think I pretty much cleared it.
Layout is horrible.
Where's the AC unit? I guess it's upstairs.
Yeah, it's a stolen saw. It probably has it 26 years later.
Did this come from the ground? That's definitely coming from the ground. Excuse me. No, it could be under like a subfloor, but then that means there is a subfloor.
Oh, we are searching for him now. There's a pinned comment telling you why he's in a wheelchair. Maybe it's just a Scandinavian in me, but I would die if I lived in all of this clutter. We don't have that much in our houses. We are very minimalistic. Yeah. No, they're not looking for the saw. Russian was just making a joke out of it.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about these two things. Yeah, I found a shoe, but I couldn't, I couldn't really, I can't see any face. Can we see the phone for him?
I don't see it. Tell me what you're doing. He's in here. On the other side, you'll be able to see. Talk to him. Talk to him. Chris, come out with your hands up, dude. You know you're in the garage behind the line thing. Come out now. Partner, come out now or you're going to get yourself fucking shot. Jason, Chris, come on out, buddy. Hey, no, bring it up now. Inside of that. Inside of that. Yes, you'll see him over the side. Yeah, he's kind of hunched over like this.
We stopped the video at 23:44.
Thank you.
All right. Now, Detective O'Hare, we've just watched a portion of the video beginning at the 5-minute mark. At this point in the video, has the announcement and the breaches of the residence, had that occurred at that point already?
That had occurred originally, yes.
Okay, all right. And that was the video consistent with the testimony as to the wine rack and placing your gun in the flashlight to be able to view the defendant at that time?
Correct.
All right. And you testified as to the use of technology. Was that the reason that you continued to do the first and the secondary searches? Was that the reason that you continued to do
No, technology would have referred to utilizing his cell phone to assist in locating him.
All right. And how, in terms of the cell phone, was that did that contribute to, I guess, just the search that he was at the location or the effort to search the residence? Did that contribute to that?
Yeah, the fact that this was reasonably believed to be his residence, and in addition to that, his cell phone was at the residence. It led us to believe that he was in the residence. We additionally got some additional information that he was inside. So,
okay, all right. That's all I have, Judge. That's all I have. Thank you.
Samuel?
Detective?
Yes, sir.
Detective O'Hare. We've been in court once before. You may not remember. You worked with the Marshals Task Force, is that right?
I did, yes.
Okay, at the time. Okay, Detective Hines, Deputy Hines, U.S. Marshals?
Yes.
Okay. Hutchins?
Correct.
You testified in that case, do you recall?
I did.
Okay. The approach that the strike forces take when they apprehend someone begins with a pre-operation meeting, correct?
That's correct.
Somewhere off-site, you meet and discuss the background of the defendant, right?
Correct.
You review kind of the history of the case a little bit. I mean, you're not spending hours, but to give you a sense of what you should expect to find, correct?
That's correct.
And for your all safety, right?
Yes.
That wasn't me, was it?
No, I think it was someone in the gallery. It's fine.
No strikes. Yeah.
Nope.
Okay. And if I understand correctly, there were about 30 of you that showed up at the house, right?
That's my rough guesstimate. Yes, sir.
You count the cars out in the driveway, but, and well, let me go back to the pre-operational meeting. You knew that who did the pre-operational meeting? Who was the case agent, so to speak?
In a technical sense, it was me.
Okay.
I assisted, but considering that we had requested for the U.S. Marshals to handle the actual deployment of resources to apprehend him, I believe it was Deputy U.S. Marshal Frank Lemke that was technically the U.S. Marshal case agent.
Right, okay. And in the pre-operational meeting, did you all discuss the fact that on several prior occasions, Mr. The defendant, Chris here, you know his name is Chris, right?
Correct.
Wolfenbarger, that he had met with the police and had long conversations with them on many occasions prior to this?
Yes, it was revealed that he understood he was a suspect. Obviously, this had occurred years prior.
That's right. And he had met with the APD and had given DNA samples on 3 different occasions.
I wasn't aware of that, but
he met with other detectives and gave head hair samples when asked.
That could have happened.
He met with other police. I mean, he was regularly, it seems, this was many years ago, meeting with police officers and gave pubic hair samples. Were you aware of that?
I was aware that he knew he was a suspect and had previously cooperated.
Yeah.
But all the rest of it, I mean, you're talking about a number of years had transpired.
The point is, it's important for the arrest team to know about his, listen, if in the past he had regularly pulled out a gun every time the police approached him, you would have dealt somewhat differently on this day, August 6th, than if he had just regularly talked to the police when asked.
I guess, but the fact is, the charges, I mean, support us taking him very seriously.
I am not saying you did anything wrong. Okay, so don't.
No, I understand that.
Okay. Who was doing the pre-op? Lemke, is that what you said?
I believe it was Lemke, but it would have been supported by me. I would have provided, because I technically was the case agent for APD, so I would have provided a lot of the details.
And was this at your body cam we were just watching for 20 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. No firearms anywhere, right?
I don't recall ever seeing any.
Okay. Well, of course, you all had assault weapons
yes.
and machine guns and all kinds of things you use, right?
No machine guns.
Right?
We have firearms, correct.
Right. If necessary, you have flashbangs you will use.
We have access to them, yes.
You have access to drones you actually use, even inside houses. You'll send drones upstairs to look around what's going on, right?
Yes.
And in this case, as in, I think it's fair to say all of the cases that the strike force does, it's kind of a, for lack of a better description, kind of a shock and awe, right? You don't go in with one or two people and knock on the door if it's a case where you're making a violent crime arrest. You 30 people with many armed with assault weapons and everything else, right?
Yeah, we
it
do.
is a scary
There was not one
Well, the idea
machine
is to
present.
overwhelm the individual with a show of perceived force.
Exactly what I meant. Okay. Shock and awe, overwhelm them with perceived force. And it's obvious to you what happened here was the overwhelming show of force led him to hide behind the counter, right? Behind the wine cellar, the wine rack.
I would disagree with you.
Okay. Well, you don't know what's in his state of mind. I don't know what was his state of mind, but there was an overwhelming show of force and then he went and hid, correct?
There was, but there was also a declaration that the law enforcement was on his property and he was fully aware of that.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not questioning that. I mean, just look how everybody's dressed. You all have flak jackets on, police, marshal, Secret Service was there. No FBI. The FBI strike force wasn't there, right?
They were not there.
You use marshals and another group uses FBI, right?
Correct.
Strike force. There's two different strike forces in Atlanta. And when you arrested him, he came out from behind the, whatever you call that part of the kitchen that was under kind of construction behind the wine rack, correct?
Correct. After a period of time, he finally surrendered.
Right. And then you put him in someone's car and drove him up to Atlanta, correct?
That's correct.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Detective O'Hare, were you involved in the criminal investigation in this case?
I was not.
Okay. Do you know who the lead detective was when the skull of Melissa Wolfenbarger was originally found in 1998?
I believe it was a retired detective, Detective Dale Kelly.
Okay. Did you assist him at that time in 98?
I did not.
You familiar with who the lead detective is when the remains were identified in 2003? Do you know who was assigned to the case at that time?
In 03?
Yes.
I do not.
Okay. So you don't know that it was Detective Alton Calhoun?
I did not.
Okay. Did you ever consult with Detective Calhoun about his investigation into this case?
I did not.
Okay. You didn't talk to Detective Calhoun about whether or not the defendant was cooperative during the investigation?
I did not.
Okay. What about Detective Jerry and Shepard, who picked the case up in 2021? Did you ever discuss or assist with the investigation of the case and assist him?
I did not.
Okay. And based on your observations, would you describe the defendant as cooperating with law enforcement on the date that you arrived to execute that arrest warrant?
He did not.
Okay.
Well, Russian, this is because in America they have a little bit lackadaisical access to the pew-pews than we have here in Europe. So it is a show of force to try and prevent anyone. And he is a murder suspect. So it is to try and prevent him from thinking, I can get out of this. So that's why they will show with these massive forces.
Now, are you able to see and recognize the defendant in court today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you point him out and describe what the defendant is wearing?
The young man off to the right, blue blazer, light colored shirt.
All right. Can you see if the defendant is sitting in a chair or wheelchair or something?
Not a rope stick like that you can identify
All right, do you see the,
Yeah, it sounds as if Mr. Samuel indicated that they would stipulate that that was Mr. Wolfenbarger.
okay, great. Do you see that Mr. Wolfenbarger is in a wheelchair at this time?
Yes.
Can you see that?
I did when I walked in, yes.
Okay, all right. Are you able to recall the physical state, condition of Mr. Wolfenbarger at the time that he was arrested?
He seemed perfectly healthy.
Okay. Did he appear, as he was hunched over, attempting to hide, did he appear to have any physical limitations at that time?
He did not.
Okay, and when he exited, did he appear to have difficulty moving around?
He did not.
And did either yourself or other members of your unit perform any acts that would have physically harmed the defendant on that date?
We did not.
So, okay, all right, that's all I have, Judge.
Samuel? Okay. Thank you, sir. You may sit down. You are excused. State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Norma Patton.
Oh, mom on the stand. Mom on the stand. The woman who helped her serial unaliver husband hide his murders, took a plea deal, got immunity
Go ahead and have a seat,
to
please.
rat her husband
Get
out,
situated up to the
is
microphone.
now on the stand.
You need to help her get that.
A woman who
seat
was
situated.
fighting so much for the justice of her daughter, she didn't really look for her till 2015, where there potentially was a
Deputy, and raise your right
way
hand.
to get her
Please raise your
husband out on
This
parole.
will affirm to the testimony that you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. There you go.
I am. I do.
Thank you. And if you'll please state and spell your name for the record.
Norma J. Patton, Norma J. Patton.
Ms. Patton?
Yes, sir.
Tell the court, where were you living in the 1990s?
1990,
Yes, 1990s, that area.
Locust Grove.
All right. And were you married?
Yes, sir.
Who were you married to?
Carl M. Patton Jr.
All right. How many years were you guys married?
We were married 56 years, 6 months, and 8 days.
Okay. Did you and your husband have any children?
Yes, sir.
How many children did you have?
We had 2 girls.
What were the names?
Tina Mae was the oldest, and Melissa Dawn.
Okay. And where did you raise your 2 children? Where did you raise your 2 children?
Between Ellenwood and Locust Grove.
Okay. And how the age range between the 2?
7 years.
Okay. And did Melissa and Tina, did you guys grow up in the same household?
Yes.
All right. Do you know the name Christopher Wolfenbarger?
Yes.
How do you know that name?
Melissa started seeing him when she got into high school.
Okay. And was this at the beginning of high school, middle, end of high school?
Freshman year.
All right. How did you come to find out about that relationship?
When she met him, she started running away to be with him.
And what about that instance? How did you find out about it?
Well, she would not come home from school, and I would try to find her and turn.
Funny how this woman whose husband unalived 5 people sound more proud of her marriage than Peggy O'Keefe.
her in as a runaway when I wasn't able to find her.
Okay. And prior to her starting high school, was that happening?
No, sir.
All right. And during that period, how would you?
Harry, you need to watch this trial, and then you have to call me and tell me what it's about.
You describe the relationship between yourself, Tina Patton, and Melissa Patton.
Tina May and I have not been close. Melissa is the one that I bonded with more so than Tina May.
And what do you mean by that?
Melissa was my baby.
Okay. What were some of the differences between how your interaction with Melissa and Tina how would that differ?
Well, the difference with Tina May, she would get mad when she wouldn't get away, so she would run away.
Okay, and what about Melissa?
Melissa, we didn't have that issue. We just, until she met Chris.
Okay. Did you know of Christopher Wolfenbarger prior to that time?
No, sir.
All right. And what were your feelings at that time about the defendant and your daughter seeing each other?
I didn't want them seeing each other because I felt she was too young.
Okay. And were you did you express that to your daughter?
Yes.
Did that have any effect when you expressed that to her?
Well, she just kept running away. You know, she didn't.
Okay. And at any point, do you recall their relationship becoming particularly serious?
Yes, I got worried about it after they, you know, the first runaway, not so much, but after she kept running away, then I determined that I felt like I needed to put her on birth control.
Okay.
So I put her on birth control.
All right. And can you tell the court what you recall after that?
Patty, you are fake news and recovery addict. I trust him. I'm blaming you now. Because Jamie is on vacation, I'm blaming you today, Patty.
I tried my best to keep them separated, and I would watch her take the birth control pill, and I thought she was taking them, but come to find out she was not taking them.
Okay. And do you recall if your daughter...
What does this have to do with her murder? Harry, hilf mir bitte aus. Ich verstehe gar nicht.
Conceived a child at any point?
Yes, she did.
And at what point, if she's in high school and she's talking about her starting high school, how soon after that does this happen?
So.
Pretty well. I found out before Christmas that she was pregnant.
Okay. Do you recall how old she was at that time?
No.
Was she at a point where she was a senior and ready to graduate from high school?
She was not a senior.
Okay. Was it at a point where she had just started high school and say she was a freshman?
Yes.
Okay. So closer to the beginning of high school. Is that the best of your recollection?
Yes.
All right. And your recollection is that she got pregnant during that period?
Right.
And do you recall the grandchild that she got pregnant with?
Yes. Christina.
Okay. And is that Christina Wolfenbarger?
Yes, it's Christina Marie.
Okay. All right. And what happened after Melissa got pregnant?
After she got pregnant in February, her and Chris got married.
Okay.
Because she was pregnant. Did not need my signature because she was pregnant. So that was just.
Was Melissa living with you up to that time when she got pregnant?
Yes, she was.
All right. And who all was living in the house at that time?
Carl, myself, and Melissa.
Okay. And at that time, we're talking about going into high school and when she meets the defendant, what was the relationship with Carl Patton and Melissa, your daughter?
So the one who got pregnant was Melissa. Tina had already been pregnant, but that must have been 4, 5, 6 years before this, because remember, she's 7 years older. Oh, I hope I teach my kid. Well, I have a grandkid, so I don't know if I teach my kids better.
They had a very good relationship. He would take her fishing. He took her on fishing on one episode, and he had caught a turtle. And
listen, turtle.
He started pulling the turtle in the boat, and she about got out of the boat, and was trying to get away from the turtle. And he brought the turtle home.
All right. And after your daughter got married, did she continue to live in your residence, or did she move out?
No, the day that she got married, it's the day she moved out.
Okay, and where did she move to?
She moved to East Point. I don't remember the street that they lived on.
Okay, and Is this a residence that you visited after she moved?
Only one time.
Okay. And
Yeah.
why was that only one time?
It just, they didn't stay there that long.
Do you recall if your daughter Melissa conceived another child with the defendant?
Yes,
And what child was that?
that would be Joseph Allen Alexander.
And are you able to tell the jury how many years apart between Christina and Joey?
Christina was born in August the 15th, and Joey was of 1995, and Joey was born July 5th of 1996.
Okay, so right there.
It was not even a year.
All right. And your grandchildren are born, there's 95, 96. Are you spending time periodically, frequently? Are you spending time with your grandchildren during that period?
During that period, Melissa, when she would get a chance, she would bring Christina basically to my house whenever she had the opportunity to have a way to get down there.
Okay. And orient us to what year this would be, best you can.
She came to the house kind of early 96 when she found out she was pregnant with Joey. Her and Christina, and she sat on the couch and told me that she was pregnant. But prior to her coming, I had gotten home and had a letter from her where she wrote a letter because I wasn't home, and to tell me that she was pregnant. So when she actually came, I already knew that she was pregnant.
All right. Now you said whenever she would get a chance. So we're talking about that 1996. Think about that year. Give us an estimate as to how many times she would have come over and you would have seen her and say Chrissy during that period.
I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 times, I guess.
Okay.
But you sent your husband out looking for her because you didn't hear from her at your birthday, but you saw her 4 or 5 times a year while living in the same city. I think tomorrow I'm just going to put a link in chat and you can all call in and tell me like I am 5 years old with a learning disability. What the hell this family... She sits here and talks about she's the greatest mom in the world. One of her kids dumped a dead baby in a hamper. The other one ran away from home, allegedly because she was a horrible mom who locked her up, most likely because her sister dumped a dead baby in a hamper. Tried to force her to use birth control. But you were so close that you didn't care. She didn't call for Christmas, but you got really upset she didn't call for your birthday. I know it's Friday. That's a long time till I'm having my Friday beer.
All right. And is that spread out during that period of the year?
Yes.
Okay. And when she comes over, she come over by herself and the daughter, or she extended the finger?
Usually it was just her and Christina.
Okay. And does that continue into the next year, 1997?
1997, really didn't see her that much. In 1996, and before Christmas, she actually lived with me, with her and Joey. But
okay.
For a couple months.
Okay, so that was in Christmas of 96?
That early, before Christmas, yeah.
Okay. And do you recall why that happened?
Because she had been arrested for...
Well, she wasn't just married. She helped him cover up his crimes and shut up about it for 20 years. I don't think she's that big of a victim here. I have a hard time feeling a lot of sympathy. Allegedly, according to what we heard yesterday, 2 of the people he unalived, he did right in front of her and she cleaned it up after. And it was an uncle or something. And if she lived there with Joey, where was Christina? Her oldest kid. Am I having mini strokes and I don't pay attention enough that I don't get where half the kids are? This is like listening to Krusty calling herself a good mom and only half of them is gone. What?
For car theft.
Okay. So she got arrested for car theft and You're keeping the grandkids for 2 months.
She came to stay with me with the grandbabies. Yes.
Okay. And during that period, what's your relationship with your grandchildren?
It was.
Well, we haven't heard that other than in opening statements. So I don't know.
Fabulous. She got a job. During that probably about 3 months that she was there, she got a job at a place in McDonough that did computer parts. So she was working and taking care of the babies.
Okay.
But she just had one.
Did you see your daughter in 1998?
1998. I saw her November 9th, 1998. It was the last time I saw her.
Oh, the last time you saw her. Okay. All right. Now, are you familiar with where your daughter was working during this period? You said the computer place. Was she working anywhere else?
To my knowledge, she was working on and off at Waffle House.
All right. Okay. Now, I want to turn your attention to the year 1998. Did you have an opportunity to see Christina in and around, say, the July, August period of 1998?
No, I did not.
Okay. During that period of 1998, do you recall seeing any injuries or bruising on the person of your daughter, Melissa Wolfenbarger?
When I saw Melissa in the summer of 1998, when I saw her, she had on long sleeves and blue jeans, and it was like July and August.
Okay. So I want to make sure that we're on the same page here. So you're saying that it's not 88, you're saying in July of 1998, you saw your daughter, Melissa?
Yes.
All right. Were you able?
It could also be because potentially she had started using needles. So she wanted to cover up needle use for her parents. You didn't see anything on her, but she was wearing long sleeves and pants in the hot period. Could it potentially also be track marks? The leaps of logic that, oh, you're wearing a hoodie, someone is just about to strangle you.
Able to observe any bruising or marks or abrasions on your daughter at that time?
I did not, because she had on long sleeves and blue jeans.
Okay. Did your daughter tell you about anything that happened? Your Honor, as previously ruled on this matter.
Overruled.
Did your daughter tell you about anything that occurred in that month of July?
No.
Okay.
What?
Let me ask you this.
Objection. Okay, never mind. Withdrawn. Go ahead.
Okay.
Were you aware of an arrest that occurred on the defendant, Pretrial Wolfenbarger, in July of 1998?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of why that arrest occurred?
Okay. Someone in Texas, Zach, are you here? Call the popo. My 4 sons has been abused. We need to save her. Zach, you are on the job, because a hoodie in Texas at this time of year is a clear indication. I have a hoodie on almost all the time because I don't like to put things in my pants pockets. So I have the kangaroo pocket in front where I put my phone and my car keys and all of that. Oh.
Because he had knocked her down and dragged her along the sidewalk.
Okay. Now, I want to make sure that we're talking about information that you are getting from the right source.
Well,
where do you get it
from Melissa.
Tell her to come in and watch.
And when me and her dad came and picked her up from where they were living on Brookline Street.
I would love that.
Okay.
When we took her back to the house, and I saw the abrasions on her backside. Her dad did not see those abrasions.
Okay. And when you say abrasions, what do you mean by that?
Her whole backside was skin up, like she'd been dragged along the sidewalk.
So was that consistent with what she told you about being dragged?
Yes.
Did you see scrapes, redness, or blood when you heard that?
Yes.
And if you could stand up and just, well, I'm not gonna have you stand up. But when you say it around her back, how large, you could just demonstrate, how large of an injury would you say you just
I'd
demonstrate?
say probably something along that line.
Okay, all right. And did Melissa tell you who was responsible for that?
Chris.
Yes, Marissa, if you know anyone who wears a long sleeved shirt called a popo, they are being abused.
And do you see the person that she was speaking of in court today?
I can't see him, no.
Okay,
The screens are blocking him.
I see. Okay. Are you able to stand up? Okay.
Yes, I see him.
Okay, you can sit down. You tell the court what the defendant is wearing?
He's wearing a blue suit.
All right. What happened after you observed those abrasions?
Well, we because his mother had custody of Christina and Joey, we went through the Henry County process, and Melissa got the kid, both children, and they lived with me.
Okay.
And for about till they went to court.
Okay.
On the abuse.
And were you present in court on that date?
I was.
And was the defendant present in court that date?
Yes, he was.
Do you recall what date that was?
No, my mind is just, I'm getting a little frazzled. July 29th, I think,
Okay. And that would have been July 29th of?
1998.
Okay, all right. Do you know if the case went forward that date?
No, it did not,
And why didn't it?
because Christopher asked the judge to let him speak to Melissa alone,
Okay,
and the judge allowed it.
all right. And after that, what happened to that case?
Melissa left with Chris. I went to daycare and picked up Christina and Joey.
This is happening in Fulton County, Georgia. It happened in 1998. Apparently, it went totally cold until 2017, where the sister, Tina, found out about true crime and got addicted to true crime and maybe a little bit of meth, because she has some convictions for meth. And in 2017, someone who is a true crime podcaster, I don't know her podcast, I don't know her coverage of it, but I saw someone else on the Twitter saying that she doesn't have all the facts quite lined up. Started looking into it, and then all of a sudden in 2024, 26 years later, they get a tip, they get a new witness or something. We don't know, because the state didn't really say anything in their opening statements. And they then chooses to charge Christopher Wolfenbarger. So far, all we have had is he might have kept a saw he borrowed at his workplace, and the mom and the sister has a Netflix deal. So Cross is going to be wonderful with this lady when they're asking about, oh, so you already sold it? The family was such a loving family if you read all the blurbs about it, but in reality, they didn't look for her. They weren't interested. They started looking for her in 2015 because her dad is a serial killer who, there was some rule in Georgia that after 13 years, even with life sentences, you had a possibility for parole. And the rumor was they really wanted to pin it on Chris because the dad was still a suspect in Melissa's disappearance. So if they could get Chris for it, the dad potentially could get a parole. He didn't.
Because I was
he unalived 5 people, so I don't know why they thought he would get out. But these people also think that it's okay to throw dead babies in a hamper. So
the one that could pick them up. And I met with Kathy Wolfenbarger and handed the kids over to her
Okay.
because Melissa was going home with Chris.
Mr. Fawcett?
Yes.
I was trying to find sort of a natural stopping point, and this is the best one I can find so far. For just a moment, Ms. Patton. So it's about 1:15, ladies and gentlemen. As promised, I'm going to break for lunch now until 2:15. So you are excused for lunch, and then we'll be back in here at 2:15. Okay? Thank you. And you can just stay right there for now, ma'am. Thank you. Okay? Thank you. Yes, sir. You can come up and help.
Yeah, and he found a turtle.
Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
So, roughly an hour break in this. I'm not exactly sure why we are here. Why is this even a trial? So far, this has been built on he stole a saw after he got fired, or he kept a saw when he got fired from his job. And the sister and the mom didn't like him. No forensic evidence. No one heard him threaten her. The sister claimed she had seen her with strangulation marks on her neck, but she couldn't really tell but she could tell they had been fighting because she had red eyes, and in her family, you get red eyes when you cry. And if you cry in her family, you apparently have been strangled. The leaps of logic you have to make these testimonies point to Christopher is absolutely redonkulous. Yeah. Courtney, come back in an hour. We are only here for Netflix. Yes. I really don't understand why this. So far, there has been no evidence linking him other than they had a contentious marriage. I had that. If my ex-wife went missing today, I hope I won't be picked up, but our neighbors heard us fight a lot. I really, really hope, because I haven't seen her since February, so I hope I'm not the first suspect. Yeah, normally I can talk an ear off, but I really don't understand this case. How it got to go to court. They have had pretrial hearings about all of this. The new witness that came along in 2024, 26 years after this happened, must be dynamite. And some new forensic tool, but if he used as we call them, rapid dick saws to cut her up, there are probably 1 billion saw blades for those around the planet. How can you ever say, well, he borrowed a saw at his work, and because there is indications her body was sawed up, it's clearly him, because he never returned that saw. Those saws are I live in a small cul-de-sac with 20 houses. I bet you I could find 5 of those in just the sheds around here. Can someone tell me what this case, why? Spire, get some sleep. You're up way too late. Maybe they have a saw blade tool mark expert. Yeah, who can testify that it looks like it's someone sawed into this. Can you tell us what saw or what blade? No. Well, Sue, you also have a few burial pits in your back garden, so don't Don't talk too loud about that. Esprit has one. Maybe that's what I need. Not like anyone would ever think of using any kind of power tool to help dispose of evidence. And again, I had a case where someone was accused of stealing a lot of power tools and stuff like that. Because, well, someone had caught him at a place where there was a burglary. But there was a burglary on the same island, and they pinned it on him because he had a battery pack for a Makita saw or for Makita tool system. How can you say, well, because he had a battery pack for a Makita toolkit and there was some Makita tools missing? Everyone has Makita tools in Denmark. Either that or Bosch. There is no DNA. According to the opening statements, they never find a drop of blood, a strand of hair, a piece of DNA. He's given 3 DNA tests. There's no DNA. There's no hair. There is a pubic hair found, but not from him. So, again, it's all of it will be circumstance, and the mom has nothing to talk about. Because did you ever see her with marks? No, but she wore a long sleeve shirt. Oh yeah, that's you and me. We know how that is. Long sleeves equals DV. They must come in with Santa Claus holding a VHS tape he took on Christmas night 1998 of Chris in his living room making his big problem smaller. For me to anywhere get near reasonable doubt threshold in this case. So far, no one have said anything other. Well, the neighbor said they argued when they had one kid. Well, when they had 2 kids? He had a restraining order. How many restraining orders are made every day in America? How many is made in Georgia? We had the guy who did the DV investigations in Section 3, which this is covering, and he said he wrote 8 to 10 reports a night. And then he talked to her and she went back with him. Yeah, people do stupid stuff when they're in an abusive relationship, especially if he says or she says, well, just do this or I'll just do that and it'll never happen again. And they'll get knocked around the same evening and say, well, he promised or she promised. What does it prove? Oh, you have Milwaukee. Oh, fancy pants. Yeah, but she wasn't there. She was told this is what happened. But again, she also told the police officer taking the report of her DV that she had been robbed of $10 on her glasses. They lived in a really bad neighborhood. I don't know if they were street pharmaceutical users. Those people tend to get into a lot of fights because they steal from each other because they don't care. They just want to get high. I don't know. I really don't know. I really, really, really don't know. Yeah, the saw back then was a power cord. That was before. What is this case called? It's called Georgia v. Christopher Wolfenbarger. And then every channel has our own take on it. Crack doobie whack. But I'm gonna make myself some dinner because it's 7:30 at night my time. We'll be back at 10 minutes past 2 because court said they would be back 2:15. We'll be back. catch part 2. I'm going to send you all over so you can put on the notifications, blah, 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 all the YouTube things that you hate us saying, and come back later. Because where else are you going to be on a Friday afternoon?
I like turtles.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100.
100.
Because it is 100%
100%.
correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All right, I'm in love.
Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No,
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
no,
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
probably did. Everybody has.
So there-
Everybody